Please stand by. We're going live in 5, 4, 3, 2.
Good morning and welcome to the February 6th meeting of the Design Review Board. I apologize that we are starting a little bit late. Sam Sheldon, our sixth member, is also going to be here closer to 10. I now want to turn it over to Michael Belush.
Thank you, Sarah. Welcome, everybody. Before we begin, I'm going to turn things over to Ferocia, who will go over the notice regarding lobbyist registration and let members of the public know how they may participate in today's proceedings.
Good morning, all. Today's meeting of the Design Review Board has been scheduled in a hybrid format with a quorum of the board physically present at the Miami Beach Convention Center and applicants, staff, and members of the public appearing either in person or virtually via the Zoom platform webinar. In order to participate in today's meeting, those wishing to participate via the Zoom platform webinar may dial 888-475-4499, which is toll-free, and enter the web webinar ID, which is 822-7394-1924, or log in into the Zoom app and enter the web webinar ID, which again is 822-7394-1924. Any individual wishing to speak on an item must click the raise hand icon if they are using the Zoom app, or dial *9 if they are participating by phone. Now, before I swear in those that are testifying, I'm going to read into the record the city's notice regarding lobbyist registration. If you are appearing on behalf of a business, a corporation, or another person, you must register as a lobbyist with the city clerk's office. If you haven't registered yet, you should register before you speak to the board. That includes architects, attorneys, or employees representing an applicant or an objector. You do not have to register as a lobbyist in 3 circumstances. Number 1, if you are speaking only on behalf of yourself and not any other party. Number 2, if you are testifying as an expert witness, providing only scientific, technical, or other specialized information or testimony in this public meeting. Number 3, if you are appearing as a representative of a neighborhood association without any compensation or reimbursement for your appearance to express support of or opposition to any item. That said, expert witnesses and representative of neighborhood associations shall, prior to appearing, disclose in writing to the city clerk their name, address, and a principal on whose behalf they are communicating. These rules apply whether you're appearing in favor of or against an item, or encouraging or arguing against its passage, defeat, modification, or continuance. Now I would like to swear in those who will be testifying. Please stand up. Now, if you're physically present, please stand up and raise your right hand. Virtual speakers will need to be sworn in one by one at the time of their presentation via Zoom. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you will be giving in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? All right, thank you. You may proceed.
And before we start with the regular agenda, I just want to note some updates. Item number 13, which is DRB 23-0974, 4441 East Riva Alto Drive. That'll be taken up with a time certain of 10 a.m. or shortly thereafter. And we're also going to do election of the chair and vice chair when Mr. Sam Sheldon arrives shortly after 10 o'clock. With that, I'll turn it over back to Sarah.
Thank you very much. Next, we have an approval of the minutes, though Jason just pointed out that that he was wrongly marked absent.
Sorry about that. I'll correct it.
Okay. Thank you. Does anybody want to make a motion to approve the minutes?
I'll make a motion to pass the minutes of the January 2nd, 2024 meeting.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, should we move on to continuances and withdrawals?
Sure. The first application for a continuance is DRB 23-0956 for 1901 Alton Road for Whole Foods. I believe the applicant's requesting a continuance to the April 2nd meeting. Is that correct?
Good morning, everyone. Graham Penn, Burke Howard, L. Fernandez, Larkin Tapanus, 200 South Biscayne Boulevard. That's correct, Michael. We need to go to the planning board first. That is hopefully happening in March at this point, so we would ask to be moved to the April agenda.
Is there any public comment on the request for continuance? See nobody here in person and nobody with their hand raised online. Can we get a motion on the continuance request to April 2nd?
I'll make the motion.
I second.
Motion made by Mr. Diffenderfer, seconded by Ms. Buttercavoli. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion passes 5-0. The second request for continuance is DRB 23-0943, 300 West 40th Street. I've discussed this with the applicant. They're still working out changes to the landscape plan. I don't think they're present here in chambers, and there's nobody with their hand raised online. They are requesting a continuance into the March 5th meeting to give them time to update their plans. Is there any public comment on this application regarding the continuance for 300 West 40th Street? I see nobody here in person and nobody online with their hand raised. Can I get a motion to continuance, for the continuance to the March 5th meeting?
Make the motion.
Motion made by Mr. Diffenderfer, second.
I second.
Second by Ms. Meyer. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes 5-0. The request for continuance is DRB 23-0941 for 410 Alton Road. Part of this application was approved, I think, back in December, and portions were continued to a future date, including the landscaping. I believe the applicant is requesting continuance. What date would you like?
March.
Continuance till March, request is a continuance to the March meeting. Is there any public comment regarding this application for request for continuance? I see nobody here present in person, nobody with their hand raised online. Can I get a motion to continue this to the March 5th
I'll make a
meeting?
motion to continue.
Second.
Motion made by Mr. Diffenderfer, seconded by Ms. Buttercavoli. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
That motion passes 5-0.
Thank you.
And we do have another request for continuance, which is DRB 23-0958 for 428 South Hibiscus Drive. This was heard by the board in December, and due to the short boards that we've had, the applicant has requested has requested continuances previously, and is again requesting another continuance. Matt, when would you like this application continued until?
To March, please.
To March. Can I get a motion to continue
Make
this?
a motion.
Mr. Diffenderfer made the motion. Can I get a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Buttercavoli. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. With that, we can move on to the rest of our agenda, starting with DRB 23-0979 for 1628 Alton Road. An application has been filed requesting modifications to a previously issued design review approval for the construction of a new 5-story commercial building, including accessory parking and a hotel component. Specifically, the applicant is requesting to modify one of the conditions of approval related to the design and materials required for the abutting sidewalks. So this application was initially approved on July 5th of 2016 for the construction of a new 5-story building, including accessory parking and a hotel component, to replace all existing structures on the site. At the time of the project's approval, the board required the use of pavers for the pedestrian crosswalks at the intersection of Lincoln Road and Alton Road. Now, this is a state-controlled road, and under control of FDOT, and FDOT will not approve the installation of pavers in this location. They would approve stamped asphalt, but I want to update our staff recommendation after looking at the maintenance issues with stamped asphalt, and we found that over time, the stamped asphalt wears really easily, and unless it's replaced very frequently, it always looks really bad. So because of that, because of those reasons, we are recommending in favor of the applicant's proposal to delete that condition and just install the typical painted stripe crosswalks in this location. Well, I'll turn it over to Mr. Penn.
Thank you again. It's, Graham Penn, Burke, Halverdale, Fernandez, Larkin, Tappanis, 200 South Biscayne Boulevard. Here representing the property owner, OSIB Miami Beach Properties, which is Citizen M Hotels. I'm joined this morning by Patricia Perez, the U.S. General Counsel for Citizen M, as well as Justine Velez, our landscape architect. There might be other folks online just in case. So as Michael explained, this application is a technical change to a single condition of the 2016 approval for this much larger project, to remove a condition that has been rendered impossible by FDOT's policies. And we, of course, have no issue with staff's revised verbal recommendation, with the sole change being, again, the deletion of that one condition. So I'll take you through the presentation briefly to reorient everyone. I don't know how many, I don't know how many of you were, I don't think any of you were here when this thing got originally approved, so I'll do the short version of this. This is the overall site, southwest corner of Lincoln and Alton, the entire western side of the street. The project is 2 phases. Phase 1, which is complete, is the parking garage, existing commercial. They just opened the Anatomy Fitness. I recommend you check it out. It's beautiful. Phase 2, which is under construction, is our property, the Citizen M Hotel. So that is, and we're aiming to be open with the hotel as you passed by. Obviously, you've seen it. It's almost complete. We're hoping to be done in April. The Citizen M building used to be, on that site used to be the Wells Fargo building as well. Remember, just want to remind everyone of that building had murals on it painted by Enzo Gallo. And that's an important part of this story because it shows Citizen M's commitment to the city of Miami Beach. Brief approval timeline, 2016 is the order at issue. It was issued for the overall project, 2 phases, no specific hotel. Citizen M was originally contemplated in 2017 series of approvals granted by this board. 2019, phase 1 is done. 2020, Citizen M purchases its property. In 2022, Citizen M begins work on the site, and that includes, we worked closely with MDPL to safely remove at Citizen M's expense all those murals which weren't required to be removed and saved, and save them for the future. So that, again, was at the beginning of Citizen M's relationship with the city. They agreed to save those murals when that wasn't a requirement. And of course, 2024, we're nearing completion. That's what the building looked like several months ago. It's further along, as you've seen probably by passing it. So let's talk about the condition. Again, 2016, the entire project, long list of conditions. At that time, staff was very interested in replicating what we've seen. You saw probably when you walked to this building this morning, which are the crosswalks across Convention Center Drive, attractive pavered crosswalks. We also have other city streets, stamped concrete is another alternative that's used on Meridian, et cetera, and other places. So the condition, as you can see, pavers, concrete banding, right? That's what these were supposed to be. That was the goal. There you go. This is what it looks like right across the street from us, right? That was what was originally the intent. The problem we have, of course, is not the city. It's not us. It's FDOT. I just want to note as an aside, the crosswalk requirement discussions began only when Citizen M started developing its property. It wasn't really raised during phase 1. So as Michael noted, FDOT will not accept any concrete or pavers or any other material except for stamped asphalt in its right-of-way. And you can see where that has been done elsewhere. It's not been done on 5th. And this is an example from Collins. And as Michael noted, what we've seen in the installations is that it stains very easily. The colors fade quickly. You see evidence of traffic. The cars break it up. And unlike Collins, Alton Road Corridor is the second most heavily traveled street. 5th Street's the first. Alton's the second. 32,000 trips in an analysis done in 2019. So that's 11 million cars every year going over that material. And that's why we, in discussions with the Public Works Department, City Attorney's Office, and Planning have agree that stamped asphalt is not, which is our only choice, is not appropriate here. And the maintenance will be unduly burdensome because FDOT's not going to maintain it. The city doesn't want to maintain it, and we don't want to burden a single property owner with maintaining something that's going to require, again, not look attractive when it goes in, and be harder to maintain in the future. So, in summary, this condition is impossible to implement as contemplated by staff and the board back in 2016. Stamped asphalt is not an attractive or easily maintainable alternative. It's a nightmare in this kind of a scenario. And of course, the maintenance should not fall on one single property owner to try to keep a material that's inherently unattractive attractive. So we would ask, it's a very simple application, we would ask for your approval, the deletion of condition 1C5F of the 2016 order. Our whole team is here for any questions you may have, and of course, I'd like to reserve time for rebuttal.
Thank you very much. Are there any members of the public wishing to speak?
There's nobody with their hand raised online.
Okay, I'm now going to close the public portion of the presentation and open it up to the board for discussion.
Just a quick question. So there's 3 crosswalks in question I see on the plan. Is that right?
Yes.
Yeah. So who does end up doing the painting and maintaining the painting? If it's not FDOT, if it's not the city, and it's not Citizen M?
Well, if it's no 3 of us, all right, so if the stamped asphalt got installed.
Well, let's just say it's painted. It's painted now.
I think since it's not an alternative surface, my understanding, and I don't know if Michael knows either, but FDOT would be responsible for maintaining that, I understand, since it's not an alternative material.
I mean, is there an option to paint it with the stripes that look, that it has it's in the same family as what the pavers were going to do? Like, is that something that Citizen M would do?
I think we can certainly explore that with the city and FDOT, the idea of changing the stripes. I mean, I think our issue was, and we just don't want to get stuck into that maelstrom of if it gets done and FDOT changes it, or who's going to be required to do it in the future, right? That's the whole question. Because again, Alton Road's going to get raised again soon enough. Who knows when? All that's going to disappear. So who's going to be in charge of it? Our issue is just having a single property owner in charge of maintaining something in perpetuity.
Sure.
Right? So if it's installation, I don't think we have an issue with that at all.
Yeah, I would just say my concern would be that this is a very prominent pedestrian, heavily traveled. I don't know what the stats are for how many pedestrians cross this, but it may not be 11 million, but it might be 1 million every year. It's in a super prominent location. I mean, granted, it's just crosswalks, so we can't make a super big deal out of it, but it's also kind of at the nexus of one of the most important pedestrian intersections, like that leads to Lincoln Road, that's surrounded by these architectural masterpieces. So if something could be done there to make these, I guess, better than just regular crosswalk indicators, I would be a fan of that.
And Mr. Hagopian, I would say from our point of view, and Tricia can correct me if I'm wrong, that we have no objection to a condition for us to explore that and potentially do that painting.
Yeah, and we could add
that's
this,
approved.
we could add it as a condition. Basically, you would have the stripes, but in a varied pattern consistent with how the varied pattern of the black and white pavers would have been. So it wouldn't be the typical standard, regularly striped white crosswalk. It would have a varying pattern of white.
As long as it's
Subject to
acceptable FDOT, absolutely.
Subject to FDOT, correct.
Yeah, and again, as long as our obligation is to do it, right, rather than to have a perpetual obligation to maintain something like that.
So let me ask you, Michael, do you know, was the initial concept just that this was such a heavily trafficked pedestrian and they wanted to make it stand out more, or do you know?
Well, I think at the time, the city was installing more of the black and white concrete pavers in certain areas, and that the thought was we could install them in this location as well. But I know it has been an issue with FDOT, who ultimately has to issue approval for these crosswalks.
Well, I think the painting is a good idea. It's a nice
Where
compromise.
where are the murals going on the building that you're preserving?
That's a good question. And I check in with Daniel Seraldo at MDPL every once in a while, because what we did was we safely removed them. We had them ordered properly so they can be reestablished. and we handed them over to MDPL, who was, I think they were being stored, and I don't know where they've been moved, but they were being stored across the street in the Schvo property for a while. But I don't know, Sean, I don't know the answer to where they're ending up. But our job was to make sure that they're safe and
Are
they
they
can
not
be restored.
incorporated in any of the design
No.
proposal?
They never were. No. And not to belabor this, but none of the approvals for the project ever required them to be retained or reused.
No, I was just thinking about the color scheme and again, trying to understand the reasoning for, the change in material. Of course, like from an urban point of view, why do we change the material? To get cars to slow down, right? And to acknowledge that it's pedestrian. So I agree, I like the idea of the crosswalks, just being a painted extension of the material pattern on Lincoln Road, or, if in an ode to the murals, if there was a color scheme that sort of was drawn from those, so it showed that transition, from sort of, a historic callback, but.
Unfortunately, how the murals were, I will always look at this project, and it's good that I wasn't on the board at that time, as such a missed opportunity. The murals were, I think it was before you moved here, they were a real landmark for residents of the city, and it was very disappointing that, and I'm only bringing this up because you brought up the murals. Sort of
I
open
did
up
it to
the can of
myself,
worms,
Sarah. I did it to myself.
such a missed opportunity to really do something, Anyways,
I have been working with FDOT since 1993, as part of the city and as a resident. And I will tell you that they are opposed. Their whole goal for Alton Road is to move traffic and to move it in mass volumes and to move it as quickly as possible. So we are lucky that we have traffic lights on Alton Road, even in the south portion of Alton. They do not want to put crosswalks or neither painted nor stamped nor with brick pavers in residential areas of Alton Road. And this was as recently told to us in a traffic study they did across from a park where children have to cross on 51st Street to get to the park, and cars from Lagorce Drive and Pine Tree Drive have to cross the intersection of 51st Street. They say there's not enough traffic, regardless of the fact that it is the most trafficked road in the city. That being said, they also will not maintain, even if you put it in writing, they will not, even if they put it in writing, they will not maintain anything on Alton Road. The city is not responsible for state roads unless they get reimbursed. So when you see people out there on Alton maintaining the medians, there is an interlocal agreement with the state where the state reimburses the city for that contractor that's out there. So at the same time, I think as a local municipality, we do not have the right, and I'm not an attorney, to tell the state as a board or as a city what should go on a state road. They're here, we're down here. So, the word travels down, it doesn't travel up. So if there's something you can do, great, but I will tell you their interest is only pushing traffic through, pushing it at a high speed, and not maintaining anything at all. Not even the pads for ADA, so that people with a wheelchair can cross.
I agree with that, but I think that, even like you said, if Alton's raised or whoever maintains it, which is FDOT, whenever they repaint it in whatever, if it's a 5-year plan, 7-year, 10-year, at least we have those 5 or 7 years of what we've asked for, and then whatever happens in the future happens, but.
because if it's painted, how long does the paint typically last?
I don't know, but I will tell you, it will be on M to maintain it because it will not be maintained by the state, and it should not be maintained at the city's expense. It is not a city road. They did, however, on Collins Avenue, which is another state road, when we did Collins Avenue, Michael, and I can't remember now, but the upper portion of Collins, 63rd to 71st and beyond, doesn't that have crosswalks where there are traffic lights? Do you know? Anybody know?
I don't know what the material is for the crosswalks.
Yeah. I think
Offhand.
they may have placed them there, but again, if they're not approving it now, I don't know what to tell you. I can only tell you our experience, and you're right in that their goal is to push traffic, and, you know, that is a high-traffic road, so I don't, you know.
I make a motion to recommend that we require the painting of the crosswalks in a pattern that extends the pavers and materials on Lincoln Road. I guess with the caveat that it's allowed by FDOT, and we don't require the maintenance, or, you know, this is just a one-time, and then whatever happens in the future can be figured out by those higher sources.
Second.
Second by Mr. Agopian, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. It's good to see everyone again.
Thank you.
Okay, our next application is DRB 20-0593 for 1915 Normandy Drive. Is the applicant here for this item, 1915 Normandy Drive? Just want to make sure that they're here in chambers or online. I don't see them here, so I think we should hold off on that application. For DRB 23-0934, 1940 Bay Drive, I would suggest, since this application does include a variance, that we hold up on that application until Mr. Sheldon has arrived after 10 o'clock. So with that, let's move on to DRB 23-0972 for 1 Collins Avenue. I believe the applicant is here for this item. This is an application that's been filed requesting
Michael,
design.
excuse me. Kobe's not here yet. He's about to be here in a few minutes, so if perhaps we can skip us and
Okay.
come back to us. I'm sorry. I'm texting him now.
Wow.
Do you, Michael, do you want to do the one that we were going to do at 10?
Mr. Larkin, are you ready?
Okay, which one's that?
Okay, we'll bring up that one. Again, this is DRB 23-0974 for 441 East Revo Alto Drive. Let me just get the staff report for this item.
Okay.
This is an application that's been filed requesting design review approval for the construction of a new two-story home with an understory level, including one or more waivers to replace an existing two-story home. This property is located on a waterfront site on Revo Alto Island. Design waiver's been requested that's related to the open space requirement for two-story side elevations that exceed 60 feet in length. The east facade has a two-story side elevation that is just exceeding 100 feet in length, with its longest portion approximately 76 feet long. In this instance, the open space that has been provided does not comply with the requirement of providing an open space that's 8 feet deep as measured from the required setback, open to the sky. It does have an 8-foot recess that is not open to the sky, as it is includes an external staircase that connects the first floor to the second floor. Staff is supportive of the design, including the waiver, and is recommending approval in accordance with the conditions noted in the draft final order provided with the board packages. That'll turn over to Mr. Larkin for his
Actually,
presentation.
Before we continue, I would like to ask the board whether you received any ex parte communications regarding this case? No? All right. You may continue. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Good morning, Madam Chair, Board members. Michael Larkin, 200 South Biscayne Boulevard, here representing the applicant. With me today is the architect, Leo Marmol, all the way from Los Angeles. He's flown in for this hearing, and Sutherland Dykey is the project manager, also flown in for this hearing. As Michael described to you all, the property is located in the northeast corner of Revo Alto Island, one of the point lots. It's a truly extraordinary design. It's always refreshing to work with an architect new to the scene who has different ideas about how a home should look in South Florida, specifically in Miami Beach. The applicant is requesting your approval for an understory and a waiver for the additional open space requirement along the side elevations. Staff is recommending in favor of both requests. as Leo walks you all through his design, I think you all will again agree with staff's recommendation that an approval of both requests is warranted. So with no further ado, I'm going to bring up Leo, and he's going to walk you through his design.
Thank you, Michael. Yes. I'm Leo Marmol with Marmol Radziner in Los Angeles, California. I'm very happy to be here, if anything, just to get out of the rain. We have been working closely with city staff to understand the local zoning codes, and we are very appreciative of the warm support we've received from city staff. We can bring up the presentation. Fantastic. And there we go. Okay. So the property, as Michael said, is located at the northern end of Rivo Alto Island within the Venetian Islands and enjoys long views to the north over Biscayne Bay. There is a delay. I pushed, I really did. I'm happy that we have the same technical issues here in Florida as we do in California. Thank you. Okay. At the laptop. I have to point the clicker at the laptop. Okay, so here. Here is a site survey showing the existing conditions. The existing house is a single-story dwelling with a swimming pool. The lot is currently grouped with 445 Rivo Alto Drive to the west. The lots have not been merged. An ungrouping request has been filed and a public surface request has been created with the county. The ungrouping is now being processed by the county, and we expect the completion of that process shortly. The existing house and pool will be removed, and we are planning on recycling the demolished concrete, steel, copper, and aluminum. A new seawall will be provided to meet the minimum height requirements, and the new seawall will be approximately 13 inches above the existing seawall. Though the project has been brought before you, it is a two-story residence with an understory, and also because we are seeking a waiver of the two-story side elevation open space requirement. There we go. This slide shows the existing street facades. Architecturally, the neighborhood character varies considerably, which is enriched by mature landscaping. The existing home you see here was originally built in 1947 and was substantially altered in 1982. This is a site plan showing the proposed understory development. The site is accessed from the south and gated from the street. A separate pedestrian gate leads visitors through a lush landscape garden and up to the main entrance stair. A new pool and spa overlooks Biscayne Bay, and we're providing 5 understory parking spaces. All of the hardscape will be permeable. This is the first floor plan, which is organized to offer views to the north over the bay from the primary living spaces. A large portion of the first floor has been allocated to a green roof. The second story plan, this is consisting of bedrooms and an office, along with additional green roof space. Here's the roof plan. The roof accommodates a 5-foot-tall mechanical enclosure that screens the condensers and a backup generator. We also have a photovoltaic array located on the roof. None of those elements will be visible from the street. Here is the rendered view of the front elevation. In keeping with many of the other properties along the street, much of the front elevation will be enhanced with mature landscaping. This is a rendered view showing the entrance garden up to the main entry stairs. This is a rendered view from the west, showing the entry staircase and the elevated green roof at the first story. And finally, this is a view of the home looking from Biscayne Bay, the north-facing cantilever balconies. This slide illustrates the exterior materials for the building. We are using aluminum windows, wood ceilings, glass block in areas that require privacy, travertine flooring, a split-face coral stone wall element along the base, exposed concrete fascias, areas of accent tile, and acrylic plaster for the primary walls. The landscape plan illustrates the use of relocated trees and palms to provide shade throughout the property. This slide shows the trees to be retained and relocated. Any palms that are being removed will be mitigated with additional trees throughout the site. In the proposed landscape design, a combination of new and relocated trees and palms animate the site. Natural paths help circulation throughout the garden. Our proposal does not technically meet the open space requirement. However, it does satisfy the stated intent to break up long expanses of uninterrupted two-story volumes at or near the required side yard setback line. The area shaded in yellow indicates the portion of the building that encroaches on the additional 8-foot two-story setback. And you can see from the axonometric view of the side elevation, the building mass is broken up along the eastern elevation. Listening in on Zoom, we have Patrick Connor, our studio director, and Aista Sobudi, our landscape designer, and they're available to answer any detailed questions you may have, and we thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much. Is there any members of the does that conclude your presentation? Did the other members want to say anything, or they're just available for questions?
They're just available if you have any technical questions.
Thank
But
you.
yes, that concludes the
Thank you.
presentation.
I don't see any is there anybody in the audience wishing to speak? No? It's public? Anybody online?
And there's nobody online with their hand raised?
Okay, I'm now going to close the public portion and open it up to the board for discussion. Who would like to start?
Yeah, I can start. I kind of wish you had also really photorealistic renderings of all your side elevations too, because they're really cool. But I agree with your interpretation of this this waiver and how you've addressed the side elevation. There is quite a bit of, I guess, dynamic movement on that east elevation, which is the elevation in question. I really like the materiality of your building. It's really quite nice. Technical question, not really part of this, but how do you get the impact resistant on the glass block? Does it have an NOA? Are you allowed to do that here? Curious. I'm seeing it in your water facing elevation. Yeah.
Yeah, they're actually relatively small
Yeah.
openings that will be kind of where we'll use the glass block, and we'll have to address that
Yeah, I
question
mean, I've seen
technically.
it used, there's a home, if you haven't seen it down here, you can, on Allison Island here in Miami Beach, there's a home that has huge expanses of it. I'm not actually sure how they did it either, but it's really cool. So I'm happy to see it being used, because you don't see it very often, but they're actually like bricks that are solid glass. They're really cool. Anyway, yeah, I think it looks great. I'm happy to see you doing a really creative use of the understory. I love this open staircase on that east elevation. I think is really nice. I kind of like the way the gardens are formed there in the kind of the kidney bean part of the property, the layout. The curves are fairly dynamic and unique. We don't see a lot of that, so I think you'll make a really nice contribution to the architectural landscape here in Miami Beach.
Thank you.
Shauna, do you have any comments?
Yeah, do you mind to go back to the plan where you had it in yellow, sort of explaining the encroachment? I want to echo everything Jason said. I really appreciate the sensitivity to the presentation and to the design and to the material palette and trying to find something contextual, but also, you know, with endurance and longevity. So definitely appreciate that. I just want to make sure that I'm understanding exactly, you know, what the waiver is requesting. So is it just that there's not an 8-foot relief, or is it's too long without that 8-foot relief, or what specifically? I want to make sure
I can clarify that.
Okay.
The issue is that although he has the portions of the building reset, the code requires from the first habitable level up an 8-foot recess that's clear and doesn't have any encroachments into it, that's open to the sky in 1% of the area. Because
Okay.
he has the various stairs and elements there
Right,
to
are
project
sort of
into that
open and,
space.
yeah, it's not just a blank wall. So I understand now better. I understand now better why that's written into the code, because we get a lot of just blank walls. So, okay, I appreciate that. I think there's also, I echo the sensitivity to the landscape and to really, you know, thinking about the exploration through the space, through the yard, and sort of discovering the home. I think it'll be great.
Thank you.
Beautiful project.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, it's refreshing. It's unique, but it's not scary or anything. I mean, it's really cool. It really is. No,
We
it's
try not
something.
to be
it's-
scary.
It's understated, but it's very interesting. Like, it's a house I really want to walk around the whole thing. It's beautiful.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
There's a lot of things about this project that I also really, really like, especially the rear elevation, which how you've, you know, we've started to see some buildings that have these roof lines that are curved. In fact, we're going to see another one coming up later. But I really like how you've sort of offset and had the cantilevers, and that's a really nice expression. There's a picture of the front, and I also like this sort of sensitivity and environmental awareness, the green roof, the sensitivity to, you know, reusing and replanting all of the trees, and certainly an improvement considering right now it's just, you know, paved driveway in the front. I definitely think this is gonna be nice, and you're right that those islands, in the last number of years, because there's been so much construction, the canopy has really suffered for it, so it's very nice to see that there's a sensitivity to that. Thank you very much. I would also, CG, can you bring up, not in the presentation, but in the architectural plans file, there is a picture of the front elevation without the trees in front. It's, I think it's page 39. Okay, sorry. Yeah, in the presentation, you don't include a straight view without, and I think it's going to be a lot easier if we see it.
Aaron, bring it down.
Please.
Oh,
there you go.
now they're back. Now they're back. In the architectural elevations, again, I appreciate, you know, the labeling of the material palette, and, you know, for me, the idea that the soffits and the concrete, like, they're sort of massive, real materials that will last. And then there is the acrylic stucco, but it's limited. What is the process if, let's say, you know, because there's not percentages, and I would hate to get into that, like, you know, maximum 10% stucco or whatever. But what if they change, you know, like they keep the same material palette, but they change where they put it, and then like when it's actually built, we have, you know, 80% stucco, and we're seeing a lot less of this materials. Is that just, can we do anything, or is that
No,
just?
when you approve the project like this and they're showing, you know, non-stucco materials on all the elevations, we require that when they come in for permit, those plans be substantially consistent.
Okay.
We can approve some, you know, minor variations, but we have seen the case before where people do try to come in permitting and say, I want to remove all the stone or wood along the side elevations, and we indicate that would require coming back to the board. So
Okay.
they would have to be substantially consistent with being presented before you today.
Okay, I'm not suggesting that they were gonna do that, but I just wanted to know. Thank you for clarifying.
Would you like to put the plans up, Aaron? Like, is that the page you want?
It's
think they want
page
this.
39 or A5.10,
This,
39? Yes.
yeah, there it is.
Yes. So, so here, the only concern I have is with this front elevation, where everything that I really love about the rear with its movement and its flow, the front elevation to me, and, it seems very, very heavy. And, it's this combination of the white, or of the wide, I guess those are the soffits, so much of this rusticated stone. You have this sort of, perpendicular piece there. It just seems very, very heavy and very, very beige. And, and in contrast to, I think, what you're trying to achieve throughout, all of the wonderful flow, the front, to me, doesn't really seem to have that as much. I think must be in disagreement with my colleagues who were very excited about the materiality. For me, it just seems unnecessarily heavy. So I don't know if there are any other thoughts from other members of the board in regards to that, but I would really, I don't know if making it, the soffits narrower, I don't know, something about that, I think would just enhance the design. One of the other issues that comes up, I think it's certainly an interesting requirement that we have here in Miami Beach, of this understory, which is tricky because it's not supposed to sort of function as a bottom floor, and we don't really want to be building 3-story homes because that's not, in sync with the other in the neighborhood. However, we do have this requirement, so it always becomes a challenge, and it does take some finessing, and that's also something that I want to be sensitive to, that this structure is not being read as a 3-story home, but rather a 2-story home with an understory. And when you have these massive solid walls, that contributes to that effect.
I also
So-
wonder,
Mhm.
sorry.
Yeah, yeah.
Maybe the plan has been refined since this rendering because there's an opening that's missing in the rendering. And so maybe you could speak to that. I agree with what you're saying. Like, I think that the solidness there is to provide that storage at the corner, but maybe the other pieces could be re-envisioned.
We tend to be a little concerned with using the landscape to be a contributing factor to the actual building, especially because we do have storms here. And, as much as we love our canopy, things happen, So that's also something that, we need that we're commenting about with a certain frequency, so.
I agree with what you're saying. When you take the landscaping off, it does look like it hits you. However, I also understand you're very limited because the width of the lot in that area, based on the boundary survey, is about 55 feet wide. But maybe there is something that can be done so that when the landscaping, without the landscaping, it just doesn't look as bold, as flat.
Yeah, and I don't disagree with your comments. We made a conscious choice, of course, to open up fully to the Bayside, and in a sense, be a little more solid to the street. Maybe we've gone too far with that notion. We'd certainly be willing to look at opening that up more and softening that facade. And I understand your comments.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Thanks.
Okay, I'll make a motion. I move to approve DRB application 23-0974, approving both of the design waivers with the condition that the applicant will work with staff on modifications to the street-facing elevation to soften up the prominent facade as it relates to the solid nature of the first and second floor. And use of materials.
Second the motion.
Okay, motion made by Mr. Agopian, seconded by Ms. Buttacavoli. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Congratulations, the motion carries up 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you. With that, let's go back to item number 6 on the agenda, DRB 20-0593 for 1950 Normandy Drive. Is the applicant or the architect here for this application? Again, 1950 Normandy Drive. If you're online, can you please raise your hand? Are you guys here for 1915 Normandy? No. So I think that applicant is not here yet. With that, do we have Mr. Karp here for 1 Collins Avenue yet? Okay. Do we have any representatives from the city for DRB 23-0970 for the intersection of Lincoln Road and Alton Road, the new gateway sign? Oh, there you are. Okay, perfect. Just on time. So give me a second. I'll read this into the record. This is an application requesting design review approval for a proposed new sign for Lincoln Road at the intersection of Alton Road. Such review is on an advisory basis, and any recommendations made by the DRB will be transmitted to the City Commission. The project encompasses the pedestrian portion of Lincoln Road east of Alton Road, and the project design proposes permanent bollards along the sidewalk to replace the existing concrete barriers that have been there for several years, along with a new iconic sign that says Lincoln Road along the western edge of the existing water feature. Staff is recommending approval of this application. There's going to be a companion application going to the Historic Preservation Board for the eastern side along Washington Avenue that's very similar to this. We are recommending approval, and we will send any recommendations that the board has to the City Commission. But I'll turn it over to the representatives here for this item.
Good morning, I appreciate it. A little bit cold outside. This presentation has to do with the sign and the bollards at Alton Road, and is part of the Lincoln Road Master Plan. Before we get into the presentation, I just want to provide a little bit of history of what has transpired and how we got to this point. During COVID, the project was placed on hold, and right around January, via resolution, Commission passed a reduced scope of work in order not to impact the businesses along Lincoln Road. Since then, the city has taken steps in order to advance the project as quickly as possible, and we phased the project into 3 phases. Phase one was the lighting retrofit along the Lincoln Road corridor, which that project is already complete. Number 2 is phase 2 is the improvements to Drexel and Meridian, and that is being advertised right now and is out to bid. So we're waiting on prices for that. That'll be in the next month or so. And the phase 3 is the Lincoln Road improvements. This is from Washington to Lenox, and this also includes the sign and bollard that we're going to be presenting to you at Alton Road. So that being said, I'll go ahead and turn it over to the architect so she can go ahead and present that.
Okay. Thank you, Ariel. And if the presentation can be put up, there we go. Okay, good morning, everyone. Thank you for reviewing this presentation. As Ariel mentioned, this plan shows the various phases of the Lincoln Road improvements. I'm not going to dwell on that since Ariel described it, but today we're concentrating on the edge between Lincoln Road and Alton Road. This slide describes the general scope of work for the improvements, again, divided into various phases.
Per City Commission, we're concentrating today on the edge of Lincoln Road and Alton Road, which includes a series of security bollards, anti-ram bollards, as well as a welcome sign. And these are the existing conditions that we have here. We have Alton Road on the left-hand side of the image. We see the edge to the street, and then right behind it, there's an existing bench, an at-grade planter, and a water feature that's part of the existing conditions of the block. And what we are proposing is a very simple intervention. We're proposing to create a line of anti-ram bollards at the edge of the street. These will be M50 rated based on our vehicle impact analysis to provide the proper protection for any potential vehicle intrusion. Those would be at the edge of the street. And right behind it would be a 5-foot-tall sign that says Lincoln Road. This will be located, if you see on the image, it will be located on the existing at-grade planting bed. So we're not affecting the existing benches or the existing water feature. We're simply locating it in a way that has the most minimal impact to the existing conditions of the block. And here you see a more detailed plan of that sign. Again, you have the bench, the existing bench, to remain on the left-hand side. The sign is slightly curved following the plan layout of the existing planter, and it will be placed on a black stone pedestal that speaks to some of the stone paving on the block already. Looking at some images, these are the existing conditions. Again, the bollards are being placed in order to protect the edge of this block, which currently has those jersey barriers that have been there temporarily for quite a long time. You see on this image the bench to the left-hand side and the grasses, that's the at-grade planter we're proposing to place a sign on, and some other existing conditions photographs. And then the proposed design. The bollards will have a stainless steel cap, so they're very minimal in their appearance, highlighting in turn the Lincoln Road sign that will occur within that planter. The letters will be aluminum, painted white, and the base would be a black stone, as I mentioned. And as mentioned on the application, this is the elevation of the sign, just to give you a sense of the scale. It's 5 foot in height and 22 feet in length. And as mentioned as part of the application, this will echo another sign that's been proposed for the edge of Washington Avenue and Lincoln Road, which will be presented to the Historic Preservation Board next Tuesday. And that concludes the presentation.
Thank you very much. Are there any members of the public wishing to speak? Anybody online?
And there's nobody online with their hand raised?
Okay, great. I'm going to close the public portion and open up to the board for comment. Who would like to speak?
Couple questions. The bollards, are they similar to the ones that I see like around the convention center here, where they can go down or get removed? Is that the idea, that it'll still provide access for an emergency vehicle if that should happen?
These are not. These need to be fixed based on the vehicle vector analysis. The conclusions of the analysis is that the amount of strength a vehicle can gain to impact this area can only be sustained with a permanent bollard. That said, the edge of this block to Lenox Road will remain open, so emergency vehicles and maintenance vehicles can access from that area and turn around.
Okay. And the reason this sign, I guess, obviously it's the same font as, I assume, as the sign proposed for the other end of Lincoln, but there's quite a bit of a different design to the two signs. The reason behind that is?
It's spatial constraints because we're trying to minimize impact on the existing block. The size of the sign is really driven by the size of the existing planting bed in which we're proposing it. That said, I would like to say that with the sign on Washington Avenue, we did have a series of public meetings over the course of the last 2 weeks, and we did receive some feedback on it, mostly having to do with the vertical bars that are part of the graphic design of the road. I guess generally people were not reading the vertical bars very well. So I think our opinion is that we will revise the one on Washington to be a little bit more consistent with the one on Alton Road, where it only carries the letters Lincoln Road and eliminates those vertical bars that just don't read well.
Yeah, I could see that being, I mean, I get it, but I could see that being a hard sell. And in general, I guess I'm sorry to see that the seagrasses are being eliminated where you're putting the sign, I assume, right? So that whole gentle buffered edge to this landscaping element, which is part of the trees and the pond, and the whole purpose is kind of most of that at the front edge, which is being eliminated, right? Because you're putting your sign there.
Yes, we're not able to fit both.
Yeah.
The alternative would be to modify the paving, the planter, the water feature, which is a bigger endeavor than the city's interested in taking on at the moment.
Yeah, it can't go forward of it can't go west of the landscape area?
So we explored that. The issue with that is that it reduces the pedestrian space headed north-south.
Yeah.
And it gets pinched between the bollards and the sign to a dimension that we feel is not appropriate given the need for circulation and the need for ADA accessibility as well.
And there's no desire to replace the bench with the sign, so that the greenery is still there.
So the bench is facing a little bit more, let's say, northwest. So if we were to place it in that location, the sign wouldn't be facing Alton Road directly, the intersection of Alton Road and Lincoln Road.
Can we see the slide again that shows the bench?
Yes. So here you see it, just photographs. You see the bench on the left, and you see how it's starting to curb to face north. So if we were to replace the bench, the sign would just be kind of crunched to the side, which proportionally, it's not as effective. And going here in plan, you see again the relationship of the bench curving a little bit more north and the sign being as centered on Lincoln Road as possible.
When it was determined that the bollards had to be permanent because of the traffic, was there a history on accidents of vehicles going into Lincoln Road through that intersection?
To my understanding, there has not been a history on this particular intersection. However, other intersections have seen unauthorized vehicle intrusion. So it was the city's determination to commission an anti-ram vector analysis study. When we performed that study, this was found to be an area that was very vulnerable because vehicles can gain speed as they're coming eastward and pretty much jump the curve and enter Lincoln Road. And that's what determined the rating of the bollards.
And was there, were these plans shown to the fire chief, fire department, to make sure that their access for emergency, whether it be rescue or fire, was still approachable for them without delay through the back of the storefronts?
We had discussed that back when this was originally proposed a couple of years ago, yes.
Certainly. I mean,
I
right
would-
now,
I would bring it back to them, just to make sure, because I'm sure the design has somewhat changed in the last 2 years. But I would run it by the fire chief to make sure that this is still accessible. Well, and I agree, you do want to keep the cars off Lincoln Road, but you also want to keep the people safe with access, so.
For me, the bollards are a way better look than what has been stuck there, which I always
Yeah,
thought was supposed to be
the Jersey
temporary, but
barriers.
they've been there for like 3 years or whatever it is.
well, actually, Art, now, didn't you put planters there?
Yes, the facilities that did put planters out there currently on both ends, the Alton Road and Washington.
But
Those-
those aren't
Those are
permanent?
not permanent, they're temporary.
Because I know that people I've heard, they look so nice. It's a shame that, they have to be replaced by these steel bollards. I agree with Jason, and I want to thank him for pointing out that the contrast between the green and the variation, which I've, been here many times and never really noticed that, but that is such a nice landscape element that's also very unique to this landscape design. And I am concerned that the sign, eliminates that really special feature there.
And Sarah, just to interrupt, sorry. According to the plan, there's about 17 feet now between the bollards and the sign. So I'm wondering if there isn't room for them to take a look at, placing the sign immediately in front of that landscaping, and still you'll probably get 15 feet of clearance between the bollards and the sign.
So we can look at that. Beyond the circulation challenges, we have a number of challenges with existing utilities that lie in that area, which we cannot alter. We need foundations. We have the challenge of then altering the paving, which is not part of the scope of work. So again, if there's interest, anything can happen, but that would increase the budget and the scope of work that we have been given within within
I
this
mean, the
particular
board could make a
element.
recommendation if feasible and not in conflict with utilities, you know, for a recommendation for the
Are
commission to
there,
look at that.
are there utilities, is there any way that you can incorporate that sign with the bollard so that that landscaping and the bench can be left undisturbed? Because obviously, if you put it in further west, that obviously is going to stop a car from going through.
Sure. So,
Yeah, if the
Yep.
if the bollards aren't removable, would it be possible to stack it on top?
Yeah,
So
maybe
we
the
did,
sign could be
yeah, let me address that.
instead of bollards.
We did explore that as an option, and the concern with that was that people would want to take photographs in front of the sign.
Oh, yeah.
And putting it at the edge of the street would not only not allow for that, people would then step onto the street to take photographs, and we would be putting people potentially in danger with that approach. So again, it is something we explore, but we deemed it not advisable.
Let me ask you another question too, because you mentioned photographs. I don't remember exactly when, but at a certain point, there was, I think, a sign that was put in Lomas Park. I don't know if it said South Beach or Miami Beach or Lomas Park or whatever. And I remember it was very long, and there was a big outcry about how you couldn't really take because it was
too
so
long.
horizontally. So to that point, if you are concerned with the picture, you know, could you make the sign, instead of it being horizontal, it could be stacked Lincoln Road, and then it takes up less width, and then you could put it where the bench is and still have this, you know.
We can explore all of those options. Again, we've taken a lot of careful considerations as where the plan is placed and how big it is. At 22 feet, with having 17 feet in front of it, you're able to take a photo. It encompasses the whole sign. You're able to see it from far away, because we also want to make sure that as you're further west, you're able to see it. It's of a good scale, but also you're able to see past it. There are concerns that if the sign becomes too tall or too dense, it could also pose a visual impediment that doesn't allow you to see past the block, which, you know, for other stakeholders is a concern. So there's a lot of things being balanced here. What I hear might be your primary concern is the loss of planting. And if that's the case, I think we can explore other options, granted that the city is willing to accept a bigger scope of work, because again, the task that we were given was to have the most minimal impact on the existing conditions, and that most minimal impact happens at that planter, because we
Right.
know we don't have utilities, we're not altering the paving or the grading or the drainage. So that was, you know, the
Can I
most
ask you a
strategic
question
insertion.
about the specific design and the width? So the black concrete plinth, the black stone veneer, that's to sort of provide a foundation for the letters to be anchored into. But, you know, it's at 18 inches wide, the letters are 1 foot wide. I'm wondering if you're able to narrow that all to 1 foot, and if you structure it in a way where the plants could still come across the bottom in the front.
I don't recall the exact dimension
If you
of
go
the
to
plantering
page
plan,
6.
if you don't mind.
I guess what I'm saying is I completely understand all of your constraints here, and I'm sure the limited budget is number one. So how do we make this sign happen in Area 4, but still allow Area 4 to express itself with some greenery? And so I'm just wondering, can that sign, you know, have a maximum width of 1 foot, including its base, so that the low sort of seagrass could come in front of it?
Or maybe change the way the letters are supported. I mean, maybe,
Yeah,
I know
maybe
it's
we don't need
more
to see
money,
that
but
black, like if the letters come out of the ground,
Individually?
and so it's like
So the
they're coming out
planting.
of the grass, you know,
I don't
versus
know.
coming out of a solid.
block
But,
base.
I mean, just
Yes.
narrowing it could help a lot.
Also, you just don't want to block the sign, though. Like, I can also see why it needs to be this big, because you're driving by, you know, because I was thinking too, is like, you can just use a different font and make the letters skinnier, but again, there's also the
can't see it.
visibility. I mean, I think that that's also a big part of this charge, is that the idea that you need to have a very prominent sign announcing this
But
location.
even if the letters were separate and there wasn't a big plinth, the landscape could still be behind it, and you would still see the landscape would be kind of
Yeah.
around.
Or
Yeah.
the seagrass could be in front, covering the plinth but not the letters,
Yeah.
you know, so
That could
I'm
be
just,
too. Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
wondering
yeah.
if this sign, you know, like if it was designed based on another one that existed that maybe didn't have the same exact constraints. So all I'm saying is like if it had a maximum width of 1 foot, I think within that organic shape of number 4, there's plenty of room to allow the planting to exist.
Yeah, and I was just looking at the plan here, just to assess the feasibility. The planter is skinny, but I do think with a slight adjustment of that base, we're able to potentially insert a line of ground cover right in front of it. I say potential because we need to make sure we have the proper dimension. I'm a landscape architect. If the planting gets too thin, it's going to look fine on day one and it's not going to survive, right? But I understand all of your concerns, so if you allow us, we can do those plan studies and see if we find that we can feasibly incorporate planting in front, minimize the presence of the black base, and still have the letters kind of look like they're emanating out of the planting, which I think would be a very beautiful effect. We just need to make sure we have the proper footprint for it.
Yeah, and you know what, we see this happen over and over again, where the city pays an expert to come up with some beautiful plan, and then they implement it and it's lovely, and then a number of years later, other conditions arise, and then they go and what gets implemented goes against that beautiful, lovely plan that was very well thought of and very expensive, and I think that's what we're trying to avoid here. I understand your challenge and that the other side that you're trying to match it with is very, very different. It's so much more of a blank slate. To that point, are the letters the same size on both sides, or on Washington, are they taller?
They're the same height on both
Okay.
sides.
Okay. I also with the bollards, which I don't think any of us would claim are terribly attractive, is there any way that you could, with safety in mind, put maybe fewer of them, or at least have them minimal, or this is it?
This is what engineering-wise is required for the level of protection the city is requiring.
Any other questions or
Me personally, as one member, my concern is accessibility by the fire department. Second, I agree that removing the landscaping or limiting it, I would prefer keeping it. I like the horizontal nature of the sign. It allows the visibility towards Lincoln Road. But I don't think we should be changing the scope of the project and incorporating the sign in an area where there's utilities that would cause a change in the scope and the budget of the project. I do think, however, that if I had a choice between leaving the sign where it's being proposed and taking away the grasses or reducing them, and putting the sign versus putting the sign further and incorporating it with the bollards where there is no utility compromise there, I would bring the sign towards the bollards and incorporate them with such, because anything that can be done to provide safety but at the same time reduce the amount of bollards that are there, I think would be an enhancement. I think once this is shown to the fire chief, the fire department, these bollards may have to be thought of in a different manner. We don't have bollards right now, for example, on the sidewalks protecting along Alton Road in front of the movie theater or further down, protecting people from cars jumping the curb and hitting someone on a sidewalk that's walking either north or south on Lincoln Road. So,
That's where the Jersey barriers came in.
Yeah, there's
That's where the
parking there, and the
temporary
Jersey barriers have been
concrete
in place
barriers
for
came in for
years,
that
so.
reason.
yeah, no, I'm talking further down on Lincoln Road, either east or west. I'm sorry, north or south of Lincoln Road and
Oh,
along
gotcha.
all of Alton.
There's parking.
You don't, yeah, it doesn't matter. Some of it is not used, and you will see empty spaces. Some of it is right by the restaurant that used to be a Mexican restaurant, Rosa. So we don't, even in parks, we don't put bollards on Lincoln Road or on Alton Road to protect cars from going onto a park where there are children playing, or into other areas that are public areas, so.
Well, I think the concern is that the other street dead ends onto Lincoln Road, and Lincoln Road looks like, if you're not paying attention, if you're a little drunk, I could see how people could just keep going,
straight.
heading east. I
And
think
I
that's the
think
concern.
these barricades were put in place years ago when there was a pattern of people driving through pedestrian areas, whether intentional or not. So this, I think it was the mayor at the time who ordered that these Lincoln Road be protected more with those barricades.
But I think the majority of the traffic, probably 95% of the traffic is going south and northbound on Alton. And people making a U-turn on Alton when they're heading southbound, making a U-turn to go north. I don't think the majority of the traffic is going east and west on that street end that goes onto Bay Road.
If I may.
It also directs people to stay, to not go onto Alton Road.
Yeah.
You know.
I don't have a problem as one member with something designating, hey, no vehicle traffic beyond this area. But it has to be accessible and not impede on fire rescue, whether rescue or, and even police, but police can get there, differently, but for rescue as well as a fire truck.
Yeah, you have to keep in mind that the bollards are placed there for mass gatherings. Lincoln Road, a lot of people convene and they gather, and is there for safety purposes and to make sure that we protect against a lot of people coming together on it. So that's the purpose of those bollards.
And again, the design of the bollards, the rating, the fact that they're fixed, the spacing, all of that is based on engineering criteria for anti-ram security purposes, which is what the city asked us to do. So for us to modify that design, the criteria would then need to change because engineering studies have concluded this is what is the level of protection needed for what Ariel is mentioning, for protection from a vehicle coming onto Lincoln Road during a mass gathering and creating harm, or a tourist that perhaps doesn't quite know this is a pedestrian area, even though there might be signs, and we've seen that happen in many places, and accidentally entering onto Lincoln Road and creating harm. That said, I fully understand your concern with safety and security. Again, we have discussed that in the past with police and fire, but it's been a little bit, so I think it merits us reconvening with them again, and perhaps we can provide a written statement that we have met with them and they're satisfied with emergency access while still having these bollards.
So do we make a motion to continue or something, Michael? What's the best
This is
thing?
a
Or no, there's no
recommendation.
motion. Oh.
This-
I was gonna say, to maybe summarize up as what to pass on to the commission, it seems like what we're saying is we just wanna make sure that the sign at this end of Lincoln Road is sensitive to the existing, very well-designed landscaping that currently exists, and to make sure to explore that as you're tweaking the design. Does it seem?
I think, and that there be
Yeah.
consultation with the fire department.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I have
And
one.
Keep
oh,
in
yeah.
mind, they're all designed for intentional acts on the city. So that's the main reason for that. So I just wanted to make sure that's clear.
Yeah, thank you. Let me ask you a very, very quick question about the rest of the design. I know you're renovating Lincoln Road in general. Has there been any discussion, or is it even on the table, to take down or modify any of the original Morris Lapidus follies? They're just
No.
gonna stay? Okay.
Absolutely.
They are of historical significance. They are registered in the National Register of Historic Places. What we're doing is we are renovating them because right now they've had so many years of paint, the waterproofing is failing. So we're actually doing historic preservation on those follies.
Excellent, great to hear. Thank you very much. Did we give you enough clarity as to recommendations?
If I can just summarize,
Oh,
I
yeah.
think, so we can summarize for the recommendations. It's gonna be to review with police and fire for access along Alton Road and access to Lincoln Road. It's gonna be to minimize the presence of the black base, be sensitive to the landscaping existing in the planter area, and incorporate landscaping in front of the sign if possible, and also minimize the width of the base. I think that sort of summarizes where the comments of the board. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think I'd like to take a 5-minute recess. Thank you, 5 to maybe 8 minutes.
And then when we come back, we're going to move to municipal verified. Do we have the applicant here for 1950 Normandy Drive? If we don't have the applicant here for 1915 Normandy Drive, if we do receive Sam Sheldon here, we will continue with 1940 Bay Drive. And if Sam Sheldon has not arrived by the time we come back, we will proceed with 1 Collins Avenue.
Please stand by. We're going live in 5, 4, 3, 2.
Welcome back to the February 6th meeting of the Design Review Board. We now have all members present and are going to proceed to elect a board chair and vice chair.
Are there any nominations for board chair?
I nominate Sarah Giller Nelson, current chair.
I second.
Do you want to take a vote? All in favor?
Aye.
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 The vote's unanimous. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Now, Jason Agopian is our current vice chair, but this is his last meeting. So do you have any nominations for position for vice chair?
He's coming back.
Oh, boy.
If we nominate him for vice chair again, does that mean
Sorry.
he has to come back?
We give you 2 cookies.
I'd like to nominate Scott.
Second.
Do you accept the nomination, Scott?
I accept the nomination.
All in favor?
Aye.
Congratulations. Scott Diffenderfer is the vice chair. With that, let's go back and see if we have the applicant here again for 1915 Normandy Drive. Or on Zoom. Since that applicant is not here, and we're still waiting on the architect for 1940 Bay Drive, we'll go to 1 Collins Avenue. Are you guys ready? So this is DRB 23-0972 for 1 Collins Avenue. This is an application requesting design review approval for modifications to the ground level in an existing building, including the construction of a single-story addition, the construction of exterior ground level retractable canopy associated with a new restaurant. Now, this application was before you last month and was continued to today's meeting. My understanding is that there were some concerns regarding the materials that were proposed or the lack of definitive materials. The applicant has a revised presentation and will go over the changes to the materials with you. We are recommending, again, approval of the application.
Good morning, Nicholas Rodriguez from the law firm Burkow, Riddell, Fernandez, Larkin, and Tapanez, representing Philip Miami LLC. I'm joined from ownership by Abraham Merchant, who flew down from New York to be with us today. He couldn't be with us on the 2nd, unfortunately, and our architect, Kobe Karp, and Chris Zaney, of course. So, again, this was before you on January, and there were some concerns raised about the lack of definitive materials. And the point was well taken. I think the coordination between the team over the holidays wasn't where it needed to be. So we have gone back to the drawing board, so to speak, and actually put together what the actual materials are going to be. And Kobe's putting a material boards up there. I hope that you guys can pass that around. Hopefully someone can bring that up to you and you can see and actually feel, so we can eliminate that concern that what you're seeing here today is actually what you're going to get. And if we could just call up the digital presentation, we'll go through it. So just as a recap, this is an activation of the 1 Collins Ave commercial unit that has been vacant since the building was constructed in 2013. It's a prominent corner at Ocean Drive and South Point Drive. And instead of having empty police cars on the corner there, we're trying to activate it with a nice canopy and a nice signature entrance and really make the pedestrianscape something friendly and iconic for Miami Beach. One question that came up last time, just to address it again, is that we are not putting any seating in the public right-of-way, and all of the conditions of operation and the intensity have all been determined by the planning board through the conditional use permit process. So it's 337 seats. We're keeping a corridor on the public right-of-way to make sure we're not impeding any progress. All the seating is going to be within the private property. So with that, I will turn it over to Kobe to walk you through some of the updated renderings. And I just want to point out that we also updated the renderings so that they're a little bit more realistic. I think last time we were a little bit more transparent and made it look a little bit too stark, the door. So Kobe will walk you through these renderings.
Sure. My name is Kobe Karp, sorry about that. And I'll move it up so you can see the boards a little bit better because they're a little bit far away. But as was mentioned, we have had the opportunity also not only to work with the client, but also with the association of the building. And what we are doing is, as you can see in the plan, we have outdoor seating. So we're putting eyes on the street and activating the corner, specifically on Ocean Drive. So the restaurant owner is here, And really, we are looking to create an outdoor and indoor area. So this is a real unique opportunity for us. The materials of the existing is glazing with aluminum. So we're taking that materiality and highlighting the front entry with a canopy. This is the planter material. This is the brushed material that we're using for the metal panels by the front door. Because what we want to do is we want to create a corner entry right on Ocean Drive and where it meets South Point. It's a corner that is very, very pedestrian friendly, and a lot of people like to walk there. So we want to create that opportunity. And with that, I'll be quiet if you have any questions, suggestions. Welcome. Good to see you guys.
That's all for us. We'll move over to board member comment and rebuttal, of course.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody from the public wishing to speak? I don't see anybody in the chamber.
And there's nobody online with their hand raised?
Okay, excellent. I'm closing the public portion and opening it up to the board for discussion. Shauna?
Can I ask a question? Apologies, I wasn't here in January to see maybe there's a full presentation, but there's not really any interior images. I know in the recent sort of restaurant that we reviewed and approved where it was very glassy, we also understood sort of the interior because we would understand the interior from the exterior. Is this the full presentation that was presented in January, or?
If you go to page 13, there's one
there's a
interior
backup
shot.
slide.
Okay.
Yeah. So I wasn't here in January, so let me just give you a little bit of a prelude as well. What we did, Shauna, is we have a restaurant that has sort of been vacant for quite a while, and we have an opportunity to make it an indoor-outdoor facility. So the condominium association there was a garden in the back. We enclosed it so it becomes more private towards the residences, and it opened it up towards the street. So we've had very good relationship and communication with the association and as well as with the city staff. Thank you.
We do have our interior designer should be available on Zoom. Christina Davis from Meyer Davis. Christina Conde, I'm sorry. But again, I think the majority of the scope here is the exterior improvements which triggered us coming to the design review board. The interiors are not really visible through the tinted storefront. But of course, the relationship between the design of the exterior relates a lot to the interior.
And let me just, to clarify from last time versus this time, really the major change, I believe last time you were talking about possibly having a tile, and now you're talking about this bronze metal panel. That's essentially the resolution.
100% correct.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Were there any other changes that we should?
No, that
Okay.
was it.
No changes. It was just refining what we were proposing.
Okay, and then there's a picture, let me ask you a question. There's a picture, it's on page 12, it's very small, of the doorway with the canopy. It's the only image of the doorway, the canopy, these panels. Is that still accurate? It includes, that one, it includes lighting?
Yes, correct.
So they're gonna be lit as well along the side?
Correct. And we have a blow-up detail here as well, where we have it backlit like that, very gentle, very soft, just to point people into that direction.
But there won't be a canopy over the door. There was an original idea to have a canopy coming around the entire half-moon shape of the unit, but we can't do it without projecting into the public right-of-way or having supports in the public right-of-way, so it was deemed unfeasible. So we kind of limited the canopy to where we have the space at the corner.
Okay, so is so this shows exactly, so
renderings.
the canopy from the building is what's gonna be over the door?
That's
Right.
right.
Okay.
Yep.
The existing, eyebrow is there.
We took your comments to heart.
Does anybody else have any thoughts? You're still studying?
So Philip Chow is in permitting, and they're trying to get open as fast as possible. So this is one of our last dominoes.
Any comments or thoughts?
I'm just happy to see the space finally being activated, for sure, with what I think will be a you know, a very obviously well-received restaurant.
Yeah.
It's gigantic, so I wish you all the luck. Filling it up every single night.
Thank you.
As I know you're going to have to pay for this project, which is huge.
Very true.
Based on the renderings, it's going to be a very expensive fit out, because I think it's just a cold dark shell in there right now. So.
Correct. Right.
Yeah. So.
Thank you.
I remember when this building was built. I think I was on the DRB at that time. So.
That's right.
It's hard to believe that it's been sitting here unoccupied for so long,
Yeah.
in such a prominent. Yeah, I'm not that old though.
You're right.
I started on the DRB when I was in my 20s.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think it's going to be a really cool spot. It's going to be really nice to kind of get the energy down there.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll echo that. You know, it looks, you know, like a great way to activate that street corner. Excited to see, you know, the public life sort of spill out into the street there, and sort of accentuating the entry door. You know, I think we always have this conversation when it comes to the sort of the vegetation or the street life. What is actually creating the street life on the street, and if it's movable, permanent, or not. This clearly all looks movable, so.
Right. 100%.
I guess hopefully, you know, that it's just well maintained and it is full of life.
While respecting the public right-of-way, which is always important, and yet still providing with enough outdoor seating
Absolutely.
and indoor. Is there any otherwise I'll make a motion if we're.
I just want to say that I appreciate the materials board, and this is much more clear.
Thank you, Ms.
And
Chairman. Much
thank you
appreciated.
that this is.
Chairwoman, thank you. Congratulations.
Yeah, no, I think this is lovely, and I also feel like this is exciting to have something on this corner. And I understand that it is a challenge because the design of the building, the tones are so cool, and it
Yes,
seems
right.
like the Philip Chow brand. It's much
Yes.
more warm and you know, so, but, you know, I think, yeah.
One of the things the association wanted was to distinguish the unit from the building, because they don't want people walking into the building thinking that it's Philip Chow, so
Yeah.
distinguishing it was
Yeah.
important.
Yeah, I think, yeah, feel free to make a motion.
Thank you.
Make a motion that we approve 1 Collins Avenue with the changes to materials that they are submitting.
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Agopian, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion passes 6-0, congratulations.
These are the materials that
Yes.
have to be as part of it.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, it's a
Confirmed.
condition of the order.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you all
everybody.
very much,
Congratulations
and
to you all.
Mr. Hagopian,
If you
thank
haven't
you for
already-
your years of service. Thank you.
Nick, can you send me a picture of these materials so I can make sure that we reference it in the order for the materials that were presented at the meeting
I'll
today?
email it to you right now.
Okay, perfect.
Absolutely.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Thanks, Kobe.
Thank you.
Okay, we're moving pretty fast on the agenda today, and I have an update on 1950 Normandy Drive, DRB 20-0593 for 1950 Normandy Drive. The architect is requesting a continuance now to the March 5th meeting. So let me just see if there's any public comment regarding the request for continuance for
How many,
1950.
is there a limit to how many times things can be continued? I see this has already been continued 3 times.
It can be continued for up to 120 days.
Oh, okay,
Right, so
So
they can be
yes.
continued one more time.
one more time. Okay.
And there's nobody present in person to speak on this item, and nobody on Zoom with their hand raised. So can I get a motion to continue this to the March 5th meeting?
Motion made.
Motion made by Mr. Diffenderfer. Can I get a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Sheldon. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? The motion passes. The item is continued to March 5th. With that, let me see, do we have the architect here for 1940 Bay Drive? We do? Okay. So the next application on the agenda is DRB 23-0934 for 1940 Bay Drive. This is an application that's been filed requesting design review approval for the construction of a new 5-story multifamily building, including one or more waivers and a variance from the driveway setback requirements. The variance that was previously advertised, they're requesting now just the variance for the minimum required width of interior drive aisles with parking. The variance that was previously submitted for the driveway setback requirements has been withdrawn. They pushed back the driveway beyond the minimum required 20-foot front setback requirement. As indicated in our report, although supportive of the design, we still have a concern, even though they have eliminated the variance and pushed the driveway back, staff still has concerns with the site layout, which includes a driveway along, parallel to the front of the building within the front yard of the property, especially since there's only 12 units proposed for the entirety of the building. So we believe that this driveway in front is unnecessary, and are recommending that the entire building be pushed closer to the street. It doesn't have to be brought to the 20-foot setback requirement. It could be brought closer to the street in order to eliminate that need for a drive along the front of the property. We're also recommending, which the code allows, when you have a low number of units on the property, you can reduce the curb cuts to 10 feet. We're recommending the curb cuts be reduced to 10 feet to provide access, to each of the parking areas under the building on each side. We are supportive of the public bay walk along the waterway. That's a good amenity for the residents and the neighborhood. So in summary, we are supportive of the design, but just because of the issues with the driveway along the front, we are recommending that this application be reviewed by the board. If the board agrees with us, continue to another date so that the site plan can be revised and the building shifted closer to the street. And I believe the applicant will have an updated presentation that includes a minimization and elimination of the variance that was initially requested. With that, I'll turn it over to Ms. Enton for the presentation.
Good morning, Board. Monica Enton, attorney for the property owner, with offices at 7950 Northwest 53rd Street. I'm joined today by Barbara Pedrozelli and Monica Pedretti of Revuelta Architects. I'm also joined by Keel Samler. He is our landscape architect. We have Joaquin Vargas here. He is our traffic engineer in case there are any traffic questions. We, as Michael indicated, there is a request before you for design review approval. And when we first submitted this application, I think we had other variances and other waivers. Since this application was put before you in January, we saw the staff recommendations and comments for the first time. You were shortboard for a quorum, so we had to continue. We were able to go back to the drawing board and eliminate all of the waivers and all but one of the variances that staff supports, which is the variance for the interior drive aisle of 1 foot in the interior drive aisle. So that is the only variance that remains. All variances and waivers have been eliminated. And I want to go briefly through that and how we did that based on the staff comments, because it is the same plan, just a little bit narrower, and I think it's easy to track. And I will have Barbara go through the design more in detail, but kind of just want to address with you the comments that were made by staff. So in the staff report, well, let me step back a little bit. Right now there is an apartment building there that has over 24 units. What we're proposing with this project is a smaller scale, 5-story, 12-unit townhome space. So it is a lot less intense than what exists and what exists in the neighborhood. We think that this will be an improvement for the area from a circulation situation as well from an aesthetic, and we'll get to the aesthetic briefly. So when we met with staff, when we read the staff comments, their concerns were specific to the breadth and width of our drive aisle. And while we don't believe that it's a good idea to move the building forward, we did eliminate and make the drive aisle a lot smaller. That eliminated the lot coverage waiver, because now in this zone, when you do pavers and when you have fixed pavers, it counts towards your lot coverage. So we have removed that by making the entrance much smaller, much narrower in the front. It is a one-way drive aisle. So you drive into one set of the parking lot and you turn for your drop-offs, for your deliveries, for your visitors, your Uber drivers, all of that. And then you come out on the south end. That said, staff was also concerned with excessive paving and that they were not pervious. our landscape architect and our architect went back to the drawing board and actually came up with a much more pervious project where the only impervious area is, again, directly in front of the entrance, because that is where that Uber driver, that Amazon, that FedEx, where those vehicles are going to park more, and we feel that you need the stability of something that's not going to move from a liability perspective. And so when those pedestrians traverse and go out the main entrance, there hasn't been any damage created by those Uber drivers, FedEx, et cetera. So with that, I'm going to reserve some comments to the end to address staff comments and the proposed order, but I'll turn the presentation over to Barbara, and she will go ahead and walk you through, I think, our revised design, which I think is an elevated design for the neighborhood. Thank you.
Over there, over here.
Wherever you're comfortable.
Thank you, Monica. Do you want to hand out the... So, I'm very tall. Hi, good morning. Barbara Pedersoli from Revuelta Architecture International. I'm here to present this project. We started working about a year and a half ago. We had several meetings with staff on the design. As Monica was pointing out, we had done a revision in the last few weeks. I'm going to go through the pages very quickly. Because I don't know if this works. Right, so this is the location. You can see the location. You can see the location on the screen. It's at the south end of the Normandy Isle. It's up fronting the water. It's a very nice location, and we are treating this project as any project that we do in the office in front of the water. We try to make the most elegant a more distinctive project for a residential building that we can. So this is the page about the lot coverage. The project, if you see the areas shaded in purple, the new areas, the only area that is shaded in purple for lot coverage is the area in front of the entrance that connects to the driveway onto the sidewalk. We tried to, from the last design, to create, let me see, go on the ground level first. So we tried to create a plaza type of feeling to the entrance as opposed to looking as a driveway. If you look at the previous application we had, it was very clear where the driveway was located. Right now we try to separate the two entry drives that are going to be all permeable pavers from the center area and try to create some sort of forecourt plaza feeling, more inspired to the European design for the entrance. And the selection of materials on the pavers, I'm going to let the landscape architect go through that. We selected a more pedestrian-like material for the center and left the two drive aisles on the side to enter the building. The design of the building was done in such a way that residents can take the elevators directly to their units. From the parking, everything is raised to above the base flood elevation +1. So the entire building is resilient. There's nothing below the design flood elevation. We had to, the length of the drive aisles are responding to the ramping up to keep a gentle ramping from the street, like 2% and 5% gradual ramping up to 10% when we get inside the building. There's a differential from the sidewalk is at 4 feet 11 and it goes up to 9 feet. So we need to have that distance to develop the actual ramping in a gentle mode. We can do a steep ramp or keep the parking below design flood elevation, but the intent was to make the building completely resilient. The connection in the center, we think is very elegant. You can see in the renderings on the boards. The intention is to promote the pedestrian coming down from the building and walking around the island, but also for deliveries and Ubers, and that they don't block any parking spaces on the island. It seems to be that the old developments didn't have enough parking on site. So we tried to keep everything off-site, and they can park there, deliver packages and everything, and then just leave. On the ocean side, we have the pool and amenity deck. We have the boardwalk along the water. We have to present the project still to the shoreline, but basically we are in compliance with, most of the regulation for shoreline, except for this additional setback, the setback required above 30 feet in height, which we're gonna take, and that part of that is the access to the boardwalk open from dawn to dusk and all that. I'm gonna move ahead. The building has only 12 units. They are all very large units. They're about 2,500 square feet in average, all facing the water. We have 2 units at the end, 1 unit at the center. The building complies with the separation of stairs, all the requirements from the code. The roof is activated. We have the last unit on top will have access to the private roof, and they will have private pools. This is the view from the front. As you can see, the building is mostly glass. There's some articulation created at the center. The corridor that leads to the units in plan is all glazed up to the last level where we have some mechanical equipment. There's some screening happening on top. And this is how the building engages the street. That's a south corner view. Ocean side. And the way we design the ground level with the 2 parkings separated allows us to create that permeability from one side to the other of the building at the ground level. So once, either from the street or from the inside, from the side of the water, you can always look through the building at some point. And this is the last one. We hope you like the project. And we work with, we reduce, what Monica was saying is that we reduce significantly the drive aisle from what we had before to at the entrance and the drop off to about 14 feet, which is what we require to pass. We have been trying to make the most code compliant project.
Thank you, Barbara. Madam Chair, I'd like to request an additional 2 minutes so that I can finalize my presentation. I see that we're running out of time, if that's okay with the board.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. I think Barbara has shortchanged herself in her presentation. I think Madam Chair in an earlier hearing this morning talked about details. And I think Barbara and her team have paid special attention to detail here, including even cladding underneath the balconies. I mean, that's not something we see every day, but the cladding underneath the balconies actually matches the cladding throughout the building, which I think, again, attention to detail. This building, that's what it has been. And we have been at this with Michael Belush. I think we've come to him for at least a year, and I think for the last 6 months, or 7 months now, we've been trying to develop a site that we think is good for the neighborhood. Right now, the building that's there sits right up against the property line, and while we understand that Michael has indicated that is the preference, we don't think that that should be the mood of the neighborhood going forward. I'm going to hand out, and if I can, I'll try to hand it to Michael on this side. This is an exhibit of the built environment of the neighborhood right now. So what Michael's handing out to you is just an aerial view of the Bay Drive and the adjacent street. And really, I just wanted you to get a feel for what the built neighborhood is. And in fact, there are a lot of buildings that are set back only the 20 feet. There are some, as we see on our south corner, on our southeast corner, which is about 37 feet. We have a couple of others. We have the corner buildings that are facing sideways. So they're, what we're looking along Bay Drive is the side of the building. But what you see on this exhibit is a lot of X's. And what are those X's? Those X's are the properties that have sold within the last 2.5 years. These are all projects that you will see before you, most likely, in the next year or two. So the built environment is something that I believe is fickle. It changes. We are not in a historic designated area. So the built environment is what you as a board, from this point forward, start to allow the designs to be. In the 16 years that I've been working on Miami Beach, I have never been asked to reduce the amount of setback. I have been asked to give more of a setback, but never to reduce it. And it was interesting to me because one of the arguments that has always been made when I've asked to give more of a setback is pedestrianism and not clouding and creating a claustrophobic condition for the pedestrian. In this instance, by setting the building back, we remove that claustrophobic condition and we eliminate a lot of the vehicular traffic in the neighborhood. Again, there's no delivery areas there. This is not a commercial neighborhood where we have designated parking where an Uber can drop off or a FedEx truck can pull up. So what we've created by creating this drive is taken all of that off of the street and onto our property while still remaining under the amount of lot coverage, under the permissible units size for the entire building. So we believe that we have tried to address the real issues in the neighborhood. And yes, we did have to make the drive aisle entrance a little bit wider because since we are set back, we do have fire needs to be able to access our building. But we have minimized it and gone back to the drawing board and minimized it and minimized it and minimized it. And we've worked with the parking department with respect to those spots that had to be removed in order to allow for the driveway. And it wouldn't matter whether it was a driveway that permitted the fire trucks, we would still need access to our two driveways, so we'd be eliminating these spots. So we have tried to, at all steps, try to be as minimally impactful to the neighborhood while still providing what we think is an elevated project. And again, you as the board will be seeing project after project coming up soon. You guys get to set the standard. We believe this is the standard you should be setting. With that, we would request approval of our application with our building, with the revisions of eliminating all but that one drive aisle variance. And the drive aisle variance, as Michael has in his staff report, the lot is not a straight lot. The configuration of the lot, it's a pie shape and it widens as you go to the rear. So some of the parking spots do in fact have the 22-foot drive aisle width. As you get towards the front, it becomes narrower, and we have a couple of spots that don't have, we have 21 feet rather than the 22. So with that, we would request that you approve our application with the one variance, and as we proposed. I'd like to briefly address one of the conditions outside of all those other conditions that contemplate us moving the building altogether, which are the first part of your order. But with respect to the Baywalk, it is condition 3D. And it talks about, we are proposing to prepare the Baywalk, construct the Baywalk, and it says that we have a minimum width of 10 feet. We'd like that the 10 feet to be stricken and the remainder of the order to remain. We will be going to shoreline review, and we will be discussing the Baywalk as well as the accesses and everything with shoreline. So we would like to just leave the condition without the minimum requirement of the 10 feet, since we will be going to shoreline. Thank you. With that, that concludes my presentation. I'll open ourselves up to any questions that the board may have.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Is there any members of the public wishing to speak?
And I do apologize, as I see Daniel coming up, you do have in your packages, or should have, letters of support from the community that we've had for this project, both from associations and individuals.
In the packet that you just gave us?
No,
right
in the
now?
packages that staff gave you, we had sent those letters, I think back in December, and I think another one was emailed to Tom Mooney directly in January.
Thank you.
Good morning, members of the board. Daniel Vaitia, 1193 71st Street. We've come a long way in North Beach, and it's been a patient, long-driven process, but we are seeing Town Center come alive. We're seeing a lot of civic projects that have been planned over time be completed. And one of the areas in the master plan that still requires us to elevate North Beach is the RM1 districts. And it is important to introduce new housing stock that's resilient, that's storm resilient. And I think having Revuelta, who's a very well-known architect for us here in North Beach, design our RM1 project is just outstanding. The scale and grace of this project, it's really exciting, and hopefully something that we see more common here in the North Beach area. This particular quadrant of Normandy Isle is one of the few RM1 districts that is not included in the National Registry District. It's not within the local historic district. It's not within our conservation district. This was not by accident. This was on purpose. This is an area that planners have always seen as a place introducing new architectural styles and buildings, and this is one of the areas where you do see a large amount of new construction. I agree that asking a building to not meet the maximum setback is a first for me. Usually we are concerned with the massing on the sidewalk, and being able to push back the building, I think, is important. One of the things I can tell you that I've seen in the last 3 projects that were CO'd and completed was that distance to meet that elevation of the parking garage. Where, you know, if I am within that 10, 15-foot setback, and you're trying to get from the elevation of the sidewalk to the elevation of the garage, it is very steep, and it just doesn't feel to scale. So I think the architect's approach of centering that building and finding a way to, within the required design envelope, and be able to gradually raise it, I think is so much more proportional when the building's built. It's gonna look like it fits there. And that's a problem we have today when you have such a built context in North Beach of historic buildings, and you have new construction. The new construction is trying to meet the new base flood elevation. It is a hard transition, and I think by pushing the building back, it makes it fit a lot better. As far as fire's requirement to create that drive, because they want to be closer, it's a fire requirement, and it's unfortunate that that's something they're requiring, but I'm still very proud of what that has decided to design a building in the RM1, and hopefully sets the example. And the low density is very much in tune with the closeness to the single family homes, and how we have RM1 abutting single family homes so often in North Beach. So having that lower density is certainly something that's welcome. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. And can you just, sir, identify yourself? Maybe I missed
No, it's okay.
what
My
your
name's-
relation is to the project.
My name's Daniel Vaitia. I'm not paid to be here. I just signed a lobbyist form. I've had the pleasure of working with this group on designing it. They've gone through 3 architects. They've looked at a lot of different aspects. And again, you guys have seen it. Everyone builds the townhome project because it maximizes the square footage and it's so cost effective and cheap to build. But they didn't do that. You know, they've hired one of the most, well-known architects. And, I'm a property manager. I manage about 85 buildings in North Beach. I currently manage this building, which is why I needed to sign that lobbyist registration form. So I'm very familiar with the site and very familiar with the area, and been involved, on the planning board, on the North Beach Master Plan Committee, the Blue Ribbon. I mean, several, 3 decades of advocacy, and I haven't been here in a very long time, but I felt this was something exciting because we're not seeing enough investment. We're seeing some, but if you look at the master plan, there's a big call to improve our housing stock to be storm resilient. And now that we have all our conservation districts, and now that we have all our local historic overlays, we have the protections in place. And we can invite development to come, not at a grand scale, but gradually come and start to introduce new development into North Beach. I think it's gonna help demographics. I think it's gonna help a lot of our commercial districts that, are starting to do better and bring some more disposable income. So, we've planned a lot in North Beach. Nothing's come quick and easy, and just excited to see it evolve over time, and hopefully you guys feel the same. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other people wishing to speak? Is there
There
somebody
is somebody
online?
online with their hand raised.
Excellent.
Joe Magazine.
Nope, sorry, it was by accident. Just listening.
Okay, no problem. Thank you. With that, there are no other speakers online with their hand raised.
I'm now going to close the public portion. Who would like to start? Shauna?
Yeah, I just want to sort of open up a conversation on the board, different than sort of addressing the specific architecture of design of the proposal, and more about the argument that, or the proposition that I think this project is bringing forward, is that we should rethink whether we want to have a public, shared, private, or public, vibrant streetscape, or if this area is transitioning into a, highly private, wealthy, I don't want to talk to my neighbors kind of lifestyle. Because I think it's important to say, you know, why the codes are here. I understand, oh, I've never heard, you know, you have to come forward, not the setback. But the idea is that you're activating the street front, that you're engaging the urbanism. And I think that is an essential characteristic to Miami Beach. I'm not saying one way or the other. I'm just posing this as a conversation for our group because I think it's critical because certain design decisions were made in this proposal that say, I may never, ever, ever meet my neighbor because I don't ever have to walk outside, right? I'm going to pull in and I'm never going to park on the street or, you know, like everything's provided to me and I'm facing, you know, I'm not street facing, I'm not engaging in the community. And to me, that's how I'm interpreting sort of the design moves and the language of the proposal. I'm not saying, again, good or bad, but I think, of course, that's why these zoning exists the way it exists. We can't force design on people, or we can't really force behavior, but you can if, you know, someone's street parking, or if you look at all the other adjacent properties, there's pools in the front yard, you know, so like to allow that, it's because you're encouraging that kind of sort of neighborhood civic engagement. So I don't know what your guys' thoughts.
And Ms. Meyer, if I may just address that briefly, I think
well, actually, if you wouldn't mind, I know that there's going to be a
Apologies.
lot of discussion. Hold off, and we'll continue this. Thank you.
I just want to be clear. I'm not saying either way. I think several of you on the board have much more experience and characteristics of what Miami Beach should be, and it's not even, you know, monolithic. There's different cultures in different neighborhoods, but I'm just wondering if we're supporting, you know, like this is the move for this design, then is that the move for every other design, and we're really sort of deactivating the street life. But
Thank you. I think it's a very, Scott, do you have to?
I think that's a very deep conversation, but it's ironic. I spent 8 years on the Transportation Committee here. And one thing the city has a real penchant for doing is designing out every single bit of convenience for the reality of life. So if you look at the street, there's zero place for a car, an Uber, a delivery truck to pull over, not one. They don't even have parallel parking here. So they will stop in the middle of the street. So the whole idea, I live on Belle Isle where the wise planners decided our streets should be narrowed and the swale should be, they should make a swale and eliminate all parking on the sides. So we have trucks literally gridlocking the streets every day. It's not a pleasant environment. It makes people crazy. And I think it's a beautiful design, by the way. I think you did a really nice job. And I think it's ironic that to have green space in the front, I think to me the biggest missing piece is the landscaping. I think the landscaping is very sparse for that spot. So I don't know if I'm reading it wrong or if it was eliminated for the graphics.
I think just for the graphics, we actually, that is part of what we've created in that front is actually a courtyard of landscaping to try to engage the pedestrian, to try to engage movement through there. And our landscape architect is here, and I think, do you have boards, Keel, with the landscape in the front?
Great.
So yeah, there is actually quite a bit of landscape, Mr. Diffendorfer.
So I like to see it, but philosophically, this is what, Shauna, where we always end up in this town is go look anywhere and there's nowhere to legally pull over. And it becomes extremely frustrating and hard to live your daily lives. This is gonna only have 12 units, but they're gonna have a mailman that's gonna come and have to park his truck somewhere. They're gonna have a UPS guy that's gonna stop in the middle of that. Someone's gonna get a food delivery.
who owns the street parking? I would assume that's permitted if you live in the neighborhood here and they can't, no?
Go drive by any day, and especially when all these other buildings are under construction, there's not gonna be one parking space, legal or illegal, to stop a car. So I really have to take issue with staff, although I appreciate it.
These are public parking spaces. They can request, which I suggested, they go to the
To
parking
reserve.
department and request that there be areas designated for, like the 15-minute pickup, drop-off and pickup, or even for on-street loading.
And I'm not gonna disagree with you, but that doesn't work in reality either, because then it takes street parking away from these other buildings that don't have it.
They also have areas, this building has plenty of room under the building to have somebody come in, turn around, drop off, pick up. There's room under the building for the mailman to come in. What we don't want to see is right now you have a pedestrian environment, you can walk along the street. If you go to areas of, say, Collins Avenue, where you have this scenario, you do feel like an outsider. It's so dominant with the car that it's not a pleasant experience to walk along, Mid-Beach and Collins area, where we have the high rises along the ocean, and you don't have that activity along the street.
I
We
hear
do
you.
think-
I would more equate this, though, to like a Belle Isle situation. This isn't a Collins Avenue thoroughfare. It's, it's not a big, wide, big trafficy street. So, I'm comparing this a lot to Belle Isle because we're in a similar situation. We have high rises that are all mostly set back. It's a very neighborhoody thing. We have a park, of course, but I don't know. I see the issue you're taking with it. I guess I'm surprised that it's such a big pushback from you. I really am, because I'm all in favor of giving some breathing room on a property. And on the front of the property, if I'm buying one of these 3,000, 2,000 square foot apartments, I don't want to be right on the street. No offense, but I just don't. I would like some green space between me and the street.
And Mr. Diffender, as you were getting to with respect to those deliveries, had we only had the pull-up to our garage as is proposed, and yes, we could have that mail truck, but now that mail truck has to back out, that delivery truck has to back out. So if mail is there at the same time that Amazon is there, at the same time that FedEx is there, now you've got stacks up in the driveway when residents want to come out or come in, and then you've got people just backing out onto the street. So again, you're not improving the circulation of traffic through that, we don't believe, through the use of just the driveways.
I'm going to stop. This is my last hit. But there's a reality between what's designated drop-off and delivery and what happens in real life. So my island has 15-minute loading zones. They're all full all the time, so UPS just stops in the middle of the street on a curve. And that's the reality of this, and that's all. I appreciate, from a resident standpoint, Daniel was here. He's been so involved in North Beach for so many years trying to make it better. And we can't, to me, I'm not going to fight this issue to have a driveway and some green space in the front. That's just me, but I will stop now because I know I took more time than.
Thank you. We appreciate your comments. Let me ask you a question. Speaking of the landscape, so I see you just put this up, but I'm not seeing any plants. This all seems like paving.
So,
there.
I don't, sorry.
Maybe
Am I-
come a
can you-
little
okay, okay.
closer. I know we can't really see
Okay.
that. Bring that.
Sorry,
Or I'll hold the board up for you.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Or
obviously-
is there this in one of the presentation materials that we can bring up online?
Do we have
Have
a?
it in the printed material.
Okay.
And the
Okay. Forgive, I don't have all the pictures of all the species. Let me grab this board to get closer.
And there is a landscape set
So-
in the file. Oh.
Yeah, so
Okay.
the idea, obviously, we have overhead power lines, which kind of always negates the large trees in the front. But what we try to do, is I think is the best complement to modern architecture is to have, very lush, loose tropical plantings. So, we have curvilinear beds, we have a wide variety of species, contrasting colors, textures. To speak to your point about it being more of a green space, more of a park feel in the front, that was intentional. And we wanted it to be kind of ecologically and kind of sustainability minded for the planting. So we don't have lots of straight hedges or any kind of clip material. We kind of have everything so we can kind of grow the way nature intends. We're meeting all of our tree requirements. We have way excess shrub material kind of because we're limited with the overhead power lines in the front. We wanted to kind of beef it up and make it, as lush as we could. So we have a great deal of species, and we're over on natives for all of that. But the idea is we kind of wanted to set that example of having it be, this kind of loose kind of park feel where, if a shrub dies, you don't have a hole in your hedge. You just have the other species next to it that will fill in. So over time, it will stay beautiful and continue to grow and expand as much as it can. Overhead power lines limiting. Where we don't have the power lines, we have larger trees in the back. Sort of to negate the immediacy, we have lots of really tall, like 30-foot palms in the front and in the rear. So we have an immediate kind of proportionality to the building. But the idea is to have it be open and green. So that was part of that reducing of the driveway in the front. Something else we did as far as sustainability minded was We had to increase our permeability in the front. So on either side of the driveway where you see kind of the dark gray, those are all pervious pavers, which can look pretty hideous, but we found some really nice ones that are that kind of look like cobble. And we have the detail for these. It's not permeable pavers set on lime rock where it doesn't drain. It's actually a graded gravel, so it really is functional for stormwater drainage. And the pavers that we're using kind of go to the effect of the naturalistic, kind of juxtaposition to the building. So we're using a lot of the cobble look. And then in the center where we have sort of the pedestrian plaza / drop-off vehicular, we're doing a porphyry cobble there, which is, it's a cobble, but it's much more of the split face of it is very smooth. So it's comfortable for pedestrian walking, high heels, and it's really durable for vehicles. And porphyry is naturally oil repellent, which is pretty cool for vehicles. But
Sorry, can I
that
ask
kind
a
of
question?
gives that more naturalistic feel. Sure.
Sorry, what was your first name again?
Keel.
Keel. Can you discuss the pedestrian plaza and who you think might use that and how it would be used? How it would be accessed?
You speaking of this area here in the front?
I don't know, you said the term pedestrian plaza.
For pedestrian meaning on foot. So
Yes,
it's,
I
it's
understand.
mainly the occupants of the building, I suppose. I don't think it's a.
And if I may, because Mr. Keel's our landscape architect, not our, he doesn't do operations, so I can hopefully address that a little bit. So he's correct. This is our plaza in essence because it is for the building. But the whole point of having the plaza right along the front is to soften that look and invite the pedestrian to be able to look into the building. Look, as Barbara indicated earlier, her ground floor from the front to the back, there's a clear breezeway. So that's why we have the clear path and then create this lush landscaping. I think when you were hearing the hearing earlier about the signage on Lincoln Road, one of the things you were talking about was having plantings that kind of can refurbish themselves. And that's actually what Keel had done for this project. If one dies, the next one, it's supposed to grow in its place. So it's not landscaping that's going to be alive for a year or has to be replaced continually, but that continues to function and continues to grow and creates a more acceptable passerby type of feeling. I don't know of any plaza on a private property that invites pedestrians to come in, but it creates the feeling of openness and the feeling of bringing the building to the people.
If I can say something on that behalf, the intent is to, this is the accessible route to the building if you go out, right? If I'm going out with my stroller and I'm gonna go out and walk, then I have to cross this space to go out and take the kids for a walk, take the kids for a bike ride. Because this is the building is raised, right, about 5 feet. So you come down, this becomes a place of gathering where people, may encounter themselves. There's enough space here that people can stand by waiting for somebody else. We don't expect this to be a high traffic area, right? It's just an eventually space that we use. So, but you have a child with a stroller, somebody's coming to visit, they can park here, they can take the kids out safely, not on the street, and they can walk in. If you have, deliveries, somebody's coming to bring something to your house, they can drop the car there for a while, and they can go in and take it in.
Again,
So
my comment was
it becomes pedestrian in
Right.
nature by the use, right? It's
right, and
engaging the
that
users
was
to the
what my
street.
comment was based on, not an operations question, and I disagree. It's completely the role of the landscape architect and the architect to situate the building and the residual space in the urban environment. I think that's a huge part of our job here. We're not just saying, oh, that's a beautiful building or not, right? So I guess if this building moves forward this way, I would ask that, and whether this is happens or not, because you guys are the ones that proposed this is a forward-thinking project of how we should address the street and how we should be in the future, is a lot of grand gestures and compromises have been made to allow the vehicle access, the fire access, and then when you do, I understand the terracing, but when it comes to the pedestrian, we've still sort of secondary, have the switchback ramp or the other longer ramp to get down. And also, you know, it doesn't, I could imagine we've used the term park in the first area adjacent to the sidewalk up to the plaza, you know. Why not have a moment there where people can pause, where there are benches, where there's trees in the green between, adjacent, yeah. So like, I guess what I'm saying is if the gesture could be more monumental in a way where we're acknowledging sort of this terraced and pedestrian environment, even though you're still accomplishing all of your cars. I just feel like, for me, again, I agree that the architecture, it's very thoughtful. I haven't even commented on that. I'm just talking about sort of the urban moves in the environment. So, but if I'm the only one that thinks that matters,
No, I
then
mean,
I
and
can
also,
stop.
it seems like, I know you're calling this a plaza, but in reality, it's a driveway. And there's a lot of paved area that cars are gonna be coming down, so it's not like, and again, we keep talking about how this building is only gonna have, 12 units? You know, it's not like there's gonna be that much pedestrian going. You know, this is gonna be used, as Scott was saying, and I thought he did make a good point, for deliveries, for pickups, for things like, this is gonna be used as a road. So I think that's also part of Shauna's point. I'll also add too, because I do think that this is, you know, an important discussion that we need to have, especially because this is the first of many, and it also seems like, you know, Michael in the planning department has a very specific viewpoint on this, or the code says as much, but also in terms of the pedestrian access in the neighborhood, you know, there still is that Baywalk, which is open to the public, and it does provide another moment where you do have an engagement with the other residents on the street. So, you know, I did just want to add that to the mix. And I don't know, in terms of I think that both Shauna and Scott make very, very excellent points about, you know, the usability and what we want this neighborhood to be. And, you know, I always do a site visit before I come to the meetings, and this street isn't terribly wide. And so I completely do understand that you are gonna need deliveries and pickups and drop-offs and all of that. And, you know, you will be blocking the street otherwise if there wasn't this driveway in the front. I can't help but think, and, you know, maybe this is more of a point for Michael, is there room for compromise here? I mean, I know you've compromised a bit. Is there room for more where, you know, and I don't know the specifics, I don't know the numbers, but maybe you could move the building forward a little bit and make things a little bit, or is this has to, these dimensions are the compromise?
No, there's a range of things. So first of all, I just want to comment on one thing that they would have to either come back for a variance for or eliminate. And that's the accessible parking space in front of the building. The code does not allow any parking to be in front of a building that's not screened. So the code allows, you know, entrances and exits, but parking in the front, they would have to eliminate that parking space.
Which
I-
parking
where is
space are you
that?
It's hard to
referring
see,
to,
it's
Michael?
the area next to the ramp here.
And I'm sure that Barbara can work on screening it through.
But no, it would have to be removed. It doesn't comply with the code requirements. So that's one condition we have to remove. I think if the board was gonna accept having a driveway through the front, we recommend it be no wider than to service one vehicle. So if there's gonna be somebody stacking, they can back up and go out. There's no need to have, you know, a 25-foot wide plaza here, which is the dimension from the steps, between the steps, 25 feet. So I think that is excessive. I think that if the board is gonna approve this concept, I think that if it's narrowed to 10 feet to allow one car, one vehicle, if there's a stack up there, they can back up and go out. You know, this is not a large development. So I do think that if the board is gonna compromise and provide that access, it should be minimal, not allow a vehicle to park in front and then have another vehicle pass by. This is not a hotel. It doesn't need to have that width.
Can they put that handicap space, the other idea would be to put it underneath
In the
somewhere?
building, yeah, put it in the building.
Yeah, I had the same question. I saw the drive aisles to get off the street are 14 feet wide. Is that a code minimum?
No, 10. The code will allow 10
Right,
feet.
so, it just seems like there's a lot of paving up there, even if you,
And I
well, if you get rid of the
apologize.
parking space, on both sides, I don't understand why it is so wide. You could still, the way it is right now, not even getting in the way of the two driveways to get into the parking, you could park like 4 cars there, like 4 or 5 cars in that area. And I agree with staff that there's just way too much paving. I don't understand it for the amount of units that are in this building. You're providing tons of parking, which is great. We're super happy, 2 spaces per unit. That's great. I did have a comment about the landscaping. I did look at the landscape plans, but for sure, I would say, I would want you to work with staff to really boost up and build up this kind of like, which I assume you're trying to do is kind of create like this park-like setting in front.
Yes.
And I don't know if the renderings don't really accurately depict what's happening, but I don't think it looks good.
And Mr. Hagopian will definitely work with staff to make sure that that is the feeling that comes across when that
If
is,
that's your whole
done.
idea, like
That
to
is-
create
that is the,
this, like,
that is the concept.
ode to the neighborhood, which
Right.
is very like a concrete jungle there, and it's narrow.
Right.
And you have all the cars parked perpendicular, so it's not nice.
Right. And I'd like to, and I'm sorry.
You know what, let's
Yes,
continue
go
if you
ahead.
don't mind. So I think, I can't help but think that maybe a compromise with the setback, do you think, Michael, that part of the engagement with the neighborhood, if there's more lush greenery and it is more of a park and less paved, it would have that effect, that you still have a dialogue with the streetscape, or not necessarily? If there's just too much?
I think that with the building being so far back, you lose that connection, plus the entrance is so far recessed too. And we're not saying bring the building up to the 20-foot setback line. What we would suggest is 30 feet, which would eliminate the need, I think, to have the fire truck access, through.
And right now, what is this proposed?
What is your setback
The
proposed?
setback is 43 feet.
Okay.
And yes, in part, and that's what I wanted to address on Mr. Hagopian's comment
Oh,
with
wait, I'm
respect
gonna let Michael finish.
And I do
on that
think
line.
that there probably is an issue with the setback along the waterfront or shoreline, right? So you probably are asking for a waiver or for the shoreline to review or reduce your required setback, because I think the shoreline, by code, requires a greater setback along the water. So if there was a compromise to push the building, closer to the street, then that would, relieve some of the pressure off the waterfront.
Can I also ask you too, Michael, the point that they made about the incline of the driveway, which I also think makes sense. What are your thoughts on that?
So I do think that, the code does not require raising the driveway to BFE plus 1, was it raising it to 9-foot NGVD, which is really high. So the code contemplates, allowing a lower height for a garage level now, so that in the future, that elevation can be raised. So there's going to be a transition period where you do have, of course, higher garage levels compared to the street, and we do encourage them to go to the highest possible with reasonable slope, but not to go excessively high. So I do think that this is probably too high if it's the minimum that they can provide with the setback that they're providing. So I do think that if the ramp is an issue, or the steepness at the front, then I would suggest lowering that garage level by a foot or so to reduce that slope.
Okay, and I mean, a foot isn't necessarily going to make as much difference height-wise, but it would for the driveway.
Right.
Michael, can you just reiterate, what is the current required setback and what is this project setback at?
The required setback is 20 feet for the first 50 feet of height, and then there's additional setback for the portion above that. So in order to keep consistency with their design, if the upper floor requires a setback of 30 feet, they can place the whole building at 30 feet and have that, continuous elevation.
And what is it at now?
I think Monica said, or
43?
43.
3.5.
43 and a half.
And I just want to make a comment about the drive. I mean, I don't necessarily understand that comment because, again, the way you guys are organizing circulation here, it's pro vehicles, and so it's very clear the pedestrians have a ramp and a stair and would come up through the middle. I don't think anybody's walking up the drive aisles, so it's like you're going into a parking garage, which you're only doing 4 feet of grade change, where typically we would be doing, 10 feet of grade change. So I don't mind at all that you guys have it at +9 in terms of like future proofing. I don't know what your second floor is, but that's a different conversation because then, you know, all the mechanical and elevator pits are at 9, which doesn't give you much room for future proofing. But anyways, I mean, the slope I think can be, correct me if I'm wrong, it's gonna be dedicated for vehicles. I don't see anybody walking up there, so I don't see how you can't overcome the slope.
Can I?
Is there any other, Scott? Yeah.
I was going to ask, she's very resistant, so I wanted to know what your objections are.
Well, one of my, you know, I have a strong feeling about creating a building that is, you know, resilient to 9 NGVD, which is the base flood elevation +1, and then because of a drive aisle, having to drop the building to 8 NGVD, and right now the building as it is, it's not going to require any flood panels or any kind of things. And if you know, you have the elevator pits that are going to be below flood elevation, then you're going to start having to require flood measures that we don't want to create around the building. The slope responds to the car slopes. If you go too steep on a slope, the cars start banging at the bottom. And not everybody has big trucks. Some people have sports cars or lower cars. And those cars tend to have problems when you go up on a very steep slope. That's why we try to keep it as low as possible. Regarding the pedestrians, they have their own ramp to come up, and that is an accessible route. But keeping the car at a 5%, 6% going up into a drive aisle is also, it also meets the fire requirements for evacuation in a parking garage. So you're actually meeting the slope that is required for running out in a parking garage if you were to use a park-on ramp. So we are trying to stay within parameters that makes it very friendly for the people who live here to come in, come out, and being able to access. I think the graphic, I mean, the intent of the graphic was to show something more friendly in the front of the area, but the reality is that we have a 14-feet drive aisle. It's no more than that. We're just using the same finish that we have for the pedestrian area here and extending into the front in order to give it a feeling more of a pedestrian than a vehicular access in front of the building. That was the intent of the graphic. I think it may have been, you know, bad, the choice, right? But that's what we try to do. The actual drive aisle that we have is 14 feet. The building is pushed back because of all those requirements. We have a lot of landscaping in this area. I want to respond a little bit on what would happen if I take this off and I have, you know, create a drop-off here for a mail or for a, so whatever area I'm covering here is going to be less friendly because now I'm going to have the trucks having to park here and then back out in order to get out to the street. So I don't have really other way to back out a car except for doing that, and I don't want to, you know, I would not recommend to do a backing driveway in a street that is so narrow as that one, with parking everywhere. So the intent here is to minimize this and leave it as a corridor. What we did is just put it flush with everything, just to create that sense that it's not for vehicular use only. It's just a pedestrian environment is going to happen here as well, because the whole building is coming down here, whether it takes the accessible route.
If there's cars coming, I mean, why would a pedestrian
because
be there?
You guys also said that. There's only 12 units here, right? There's going to be eventually one drop-off of a vehicle, a FedEx or a UPS or a mail, but it's not all the time. So it's not like a heavy transit street.
Right, and when nobody is there, when no cars are there, when no pedestrians are there, it's just going to be this big paved area, which I think is the main comment that the planners of the city are making.
Yeah, but the intent, I understand that, but it's not, we can try to minimize and work with staff in reducing it.
What is the material again on that?
It's the cobblestone.
Cobblestone. I mean, that's very European. Let's face it. That you go places in Europe and they have acres of cobblestone that go into the crevice.
Right.
No,
Also
listen.
have pedestrian.
I know, but the whole idea of everything she's speaking of, it's not just one reason to make a wide driveway. There are many reasons the building is set back to the length it is. I go to buildings every day that are impossible to navigate. Because go to Whole Food, go to a Fresh Market. How fun is it pulling in and out of that garage with corners with poles sticking out. It's awful. And this is like one of these buildings that you can see is gonna be user-friendly because of a little extra space.
I
don't
agree
wanna
with that.
call them out, but there are so many buildings I go to that are a nightmare to go to. Because you can't even, there's not an inch of breathing space. There's nowhere to pull over. If somebody pulls over, a truck can't get through, so they lay on the horn. It's like, this has some breathing space and some flex space, and the city says, oh, you're not allowed to park a car there. Guess what? You're not allowed to park a car in a travel lane, but that's where they all park, because there's no other space. So what's better? What's more friendly to a neighborhood than to have vehicles blocking a lane of traffic? So anyway, I'm just back to, I think she had all the answers of all the reasons to set this building back another few feet.
Shauna, what were you gonna comment?
I was gonna say, I agree that there's the luxurious in efforts out front, but I also, not that it's our job to comment, but I feel like 4 of those spots in the parking garage are kind of unusable. I mean, do you expect people to back out of the driveway? Because, so you've narrowed the aisle to 20, even if it was 22 feet wide, the way the spots are right next to that rear wall, like, they're impossible to get in and out of, yeah. And so, I mean, I think that there's so much thought going into this project. I just want it, and I want it to succeed. I feel like we're being told maybe what we think we want to be told versus like what are we trying to really accomplish, you know, with this. Like, if it's about off-street parking and clearing up the narrow street, why is there no handicap spot inside? Why isn't there a drop-off place inside? You know, I mean, there's plenty of room for that. Like, I don't understand why that isn't accommodated. And so I can buy everything you've said, like, let's, you know, allow circulation, let's think through how we move through it, but then everything in the building then becomes incredibly compacted.
And I think, Ms. Meyer, one of the things that Barbara and her team were trying to do was to do the connectivity that we see in some other spaces where, and actually we see it in some of the single-family homes where you create a, you know, a vision, a visuality that you can see the rear from the front.
Mm-hmm.
In doing so, you do create these spaces and limit those functions that you were referring to. And maybe there's a better way to address them, but the goal was to be able to connect this all the way to the front to those pedestrians. And the only way to do that was to have this open area in the middle, which does take volume and does take space and does then, you know, create those other spaces as they are.
If I can add, sorry, can add something to the comment. We have also the lot coverage limitation in this project. So everything that we have above and below, it counts for lot coverage. If we increase the size of the footprint inside the parking garage, I suppose outside they have permeable pavers that they will not count for lot coverage. Right now, we'll be increasing the lot coverage and be outside. I will have to request variances in order to be able to put, you know, that parking space there and to create more space inside the building. The intent was to take the footprint of the building above and bringing it down, pretty much consistent with the upper levels, so that we can, you know, maximize or minimize the footprint of the building at the ground level because of the lot coverage implications. So this site is regulated in a different way from others. So that lot coverage, and now that lot coverage includes paved areas outside for vehicular traffic. So
that is one of the variances that we just, that is actually one of the waivers that we eliminated between January and today, was that lot coverage because of the paved areas. So again, part of that is because of creating that openness and that connection with the neighborhood, with the pedestrian, with the outside world that we're trying to create in this middle portion. We could eliminate it. We could make this building a lot more intense. That wasn't the grasp that Barbara was going for. She was trying to have more of a openness and almost create like what we have in that single-family home area, where you pass by those homes and you can see the water right from the front door. So she tried to create that with staying within that footprint, staying, now we're below the footprint, but staying within the new footprint, staying within all those regulations, and creating that, still the function that is needed. So again, I think it's important to go back to here for a second and just talk about the fact that it is only 14 feet. It is not 24 feet. The rest is that courtyard, it's that pedestrian area where we want our guests to be. When you're gonna meet your friend, they're gonna meet you downstairs. We can do benches, we can create a little bit more of a, maybe that Italian Renaissance feel that you were talking about, Mr. Diffender, for having benches or creating more
only-
so you can see it more of a plaza, but that is the intent of that.
Can I ask you, what is on the ground floor, and this is to the architect, the light yellow right in the
This
center,
area?
what is that area?
That's gonna be the lobby, the concierge, and some amenities, and the intention is to create that.
So it's open or closed?
It's closed. It's
Okay,
air conditioned.
all right,
It's the only amenity that the building
right.
really has. Yeah,
Right,
it's a
the
small building.
mailbox, whatever.
Yeah.
I've listened to both sides,
It's a
I
very
will
tall
say.
classroom, yeah.
Bay Drive is a narrow drive. Parking for deliveries or what have you on a driving lane is unlawful and dangerous. So I think that having a space for these deliveries, which are not going to be occurring all day long, every hour or minute of the day, because you're delivering to 12 units, not to an entire huge building. But that being said, I think that there is some room for compromise based on what Michael is saying, in that I agree with the architect to put delivery areas to the side and having that delivery truck or what have you back out and back into is not safe. Nor is it good planning and design. That being said, I think there is some additional green space, permeable space that can be added to the front by reducing the width of the entrance to both areas of the parking garage, the driveways, I'll call them, and by reducing the width of the, I'll call it the paved area in the center, which is really not going to be a congregation area. People are going to congregate either in the back, the owners of these units, the people that live there, they're either going to congregate in the back with the ocean, with a bay view, or in that enclosed center area. They will come out that front door, go down the ramp if they are using a bike, a stroller, or walking, but they're not going to be congregating, sitting there. So that's really more for, driving through and making a delivery, what have you. So I think that eliminate the handicap space that Michael pointed out, which is to the right of the entrance, right there. Who is that handicap space designated for? Anybody in the building who's handicapped?
Anyone who visits.
Or anyone
anybody.
who visits? Okay.
Handicap accessible
Okay,
space
Okay.
that comes up on the ramp, and honestly, it's the first time I hear the comment there.
Barbara, you're not in the mic,
Handicap space
in the
is
mic.
bad.
Nope. All parking has to be completely covered. You cannot have any parking outside the building.
yeah.
Okay,
So maybe there's something that can be done with that, because there will be someone
can screen it.
handicapped that comes to the
And-
building.
And
But
the-
I think there is a solution here based on what everyone is saying. I don't think, in reality, is that the owners want to stay away from the front, that they're too high up in the social ladder to be removed from the community. I think it's residential, it's not commercial, so they want privacy, they want rest, and they do want, to not have people from the street just coming into their private property, and that's basically what it is. So I think there is compromise with the reduction of the entrance to each side of the garages,
If
with
I-
reduction to the driveway, or that center area where deliveries will be made, and making maybe more green space. I think there is something that you've done a beautiful design, so I'm sure you can come up with something for that handicap space, which is needed.
And we will absolutely work with staff on increasing that landscaping and, creating a bigger, more lush area. We'll address, we may have to come back to you on the handicap, but I just wanted to briefly address.
I'm sorry, before you continue, I think there's one more point that I missed, and that is that I agree with Michael. There's going to be some future variance or requirement because the building is pushed back more than is required. It's now at 43.5 feet back from the property line versus the 30 feet, let's say. So maybe if that gets moved up, it will also have less of a sloping, or maybe more. I
It'll-
take that back.
right.
It'll
It'll
be more of
create-
a sloping.
I want to
Do you wanna-
clarify
By-
on the shoreline. Both. I will. So, no, I was addressing the comment on shoreline. We meet the requirement for the shoreline setback. The only setback we don't meet, and I don't think any project I've seen ever meets the 75 feet setback from the water. It's way more than what we can, propose is somewhere here, the line. So the the 40 feet shoreline setback, we meet that setback.
I would suggest if the board is comfortable with the setbacks and the placement of the building, if the board is going to make a motion to approve, I think that the front entrance, that design, needs to come back to the board because I know there's been a lot of comments, and I think that's something that at this point, the board should approve that ultimately, that final design.
Yeah,
I think this is heading towards a continuance. I mean, there's so many, my only, again, because we got to sort of move forward. I'm wondering if there is any other ideas from the board as what can be done to compromise this, so that maybe, I know I'm personally, for me, the driveway has a set purpose, but there has to be room for compromise with this excessive setback, which I do feel is excessive. And I also want to take the comments from the city staff very seriously. So I don't know, Shauna, if you have any other recommendations, or if it's just something that, you can work with the staff, or any of the other architects, or anybody on the board, have any other specific ways that maybe we can have a compromise here? Any other ideas to suggest?
If I can, I would like to say something more a little bit. So the drive entry we have is 14 feet right now, 14 feet here, 40 feet to exit. We did a turning radii study for the fire rescue vehicle. It's not the fire truck, it's the fire rescue vehicle to be able to pull out in front of the building and take people, we have a requirement that we have to stay within 50 feet. We can have, the only thing I can offer on that is I can meet with the fire department and the fire marshal and see if they are, willing to just have the trucks coming to one side and be able to pull out the people from there. Or maybe, we round up more of this current, trying to reduce the entrances, the exit to maybe 12 feet, which I think is probably the minimum that we will be able to, because less than that, the fire department does not allow it. So that would be the only possible scenario there. Is to reduce this to 12. But that's something that we need to actually sit down with them and discuss. But that's something we can offer if we can get, to work with staff on that and
Well,
try to
I
get
think that at this
resolved.
point, I haven't heard any comments regarding the overall design.
Right.
So I'd be comfortable if the board wants to approve the application, but I'm not comfortable at staff level approving the final design for the front. I do think that needs to come back to see those exact dimensions, to discuss with the fire if that's the way that the board is going.
So,
Can I- I
Shauna,
was
sorry, did you have any thought?
I was just gonna make a comment, again, I think that the building, it has been thought about a lot and is a well-designed building, but it's did what it wanted regardless of what the zoning was. And I think that's, I don't know Michael's personal opinion or not, it doesn't matter, he's interpreting what's being asked of, the sort of urban and public environment and trying to say, well, why do you do it? So every argument you propose forward is a response to the way you chose to design your building, right? So, and I have no doubt you can resolve it and make it function and serve the people in the community well. I just want to state that it's providing its own agenda. And that's my biggest concern. So, yeah.
So is that, do you agree with the agenda, or you find the agenda problematic?
I find the agenda problematic, but I defer to you guys and Scott, Scott and the board that say, no, maybe this is the way that we need to have an agenda going forward, but that's a bigger conversation.
Well, but no, I mean, I'm curious, why do you find it, you just find it unneighborly? Like it doesn't engage enough with
that's
the
part of it. I
street?
think that, and again, I think we've had some of these conversations, so maybe it is specific recommendations or not, but, and again, it doesn't really matter, precedent doesn't matter anymore, because if we're talking about how are we gonna treat this going forward, then I would say, how do we treat the pedestrian areas that you are providing? How do we allow if we have to, the fire truck 50 feet is because of the length of the hose, right? So I don't know exactly why it's the 50-foot requirements comes from the length of their hose. But anyways,
50
that's
feet from
what
the
it
door.
is. Yeah, so if I don't know where you're at in terms of if there's a compromise to move forward, then you don't have to design it for a fire truck. Like, I don't know if that's a 20-foot shift or a 4-foot shift, right? And so I guess if we are going to continue to discuss this, I would be interested to understand that. So we could be fine with a setback and the way that you want the circulation to go for the building, but I don't know those parameters, so I feel like it's some of the reasons that you guys are stating, well, this has to work for fire truck circulation, but why do we need truck circulation in the first place? So I don't understand that right now because I don't know the exact requirements, and so, again, if it was moving the building 20 foot forward is the only way to get rid of that completely changes your approach and your design, then I wouldn't recommend that. But if it was something that was accomplishable without, completely changing your approach to the building, then I would be interested in supporting that, so.
And I think, yes, exactly. But I would say, staff makes a recommendation to us for every single application. You see it in the report. Whether we agree with staff or not, it actually doesn't really matter. The board makes the decision. We hear you, we hear staff, we trust staff, we trust you. But I'll speak personally for myself here. You created an intention of what you want, and the design sort of informs that intention. But for me, like I want to buy the intention, but what I see doesn't support my purchase of this. I don't quite see it. Like, I want to believe in the setback. I want to believe in the plaza. I want to believe in the circulation. I makes sense. Pull all those delivery guys off the street. I don't want to block the street. That doesn't make any sense. I think that's a great idea. But I also say, wow, like 50% of this front yard is paved, pervious or impervious, but it's not green. That's 100% sure. So there's just things that don't quite align with, I think, the intention here. Mm-hmm. And I know as a super qualified architect and a super qualified landscape architect, I believe you can get there. I don't know if it's a combination of a compromise of what staff is saying about move this building forward 20 feet. It's probably not that. But maybe it's a little bit less. Maybe it's reduction here. But calling something like a plaza when really it's a driveway, like I'm not buying the plaza thing right now. Is there a design here where I say, yeah, I could see these when there's 6 people in their units coming down and they both have a stroller and they're like, let's not go out back because it's too windy. Let's go hang out in the beautiful front yard on the pavers instead of in the landscaping. Like, I just don't see that happening right now, but maybe there's a design where that would happen and then it wouldn't even be a question. Sarah and I'd be like, yeah, this is great. It's such a good idea to have this front plaza that kind of feels public, but it's really private because you don't really want some random person from the street crossing the property line and getting on the property. Maybe you do. I don't know. But I think for me right now, it's not clear. And I think that's why there's so many questions here. We think some ideas are really great. Yeah, let's keep the street clear. I agree. This is a great idea. I love the way you've separated. I think the separate garages and creating these sort of private experiences and these really nice units, it's really nice. The units up on top, we haven't really gotten to the design. They all have pools on the roof. This is incredible. Like these are beautiful units. It's a great building, great location. So I think we're just, I think the board really wants, I mean, for me, I think getting you guys back to the drawing board and based on the hour-long discussion we've had as a group here, board, applicant, I think what you would come back with, I would think and I would hope would be just kind of more clarity, and then we wouldn't have any issue. I think you'd get a buy-in for sure.
Yeah. Thank you, Jason. That was very well said. For the sake of time, I also, because it seems like we're going to continue this, and I feel like we've given you a lot of information about what we'd like to see. I'd also like to just, if anybody has any, I think we all agree that we love the design. I really think that, you talked about the details. I love the cutouts for these, circular stairwells, and I think it's just lovely. One thing I would encourage you to do, and I was actually surprised, on the rear elevation, I would love for you to explore, I noticed that the top level, the line is straight, and it seems sort of awkward. I would love to see the continuation of the curve on the rear. I don't know what anybody else, the other board members think, but that's definitely something that I would like to see in the revised version of this building. I think it'll really, I don't understand why you stopped that beautiful undulation.
Basically, if you look at the elevation from the back, the intention was the parking area here. All the cladding here creates a straight line, so it frames the building from the top and the bottom and gives a unified front. But yeah, I mean, it was an architectural gesture, right? To finish the building and end the design so it doesn't open up.
I mean, I would encourage you to keep, the undulation is so pretty.
We can definitely look at that.
I will also say too, again, having done the site visit, this location is fantastic. I mean, it is so beautiful, and Jason's right, like, to have a pool on the roof but still be part of a building, like, it's just, I do think this is gonna be a really, really lovely, and I do wanna thank you for having that pedestrian access along the side to the waterway, which I also think is something that people and developers don't always do, but I think it's, again, this is such a beautiful view that, the whole community should be able to enjoy it, so thank you very much. For the sake of, again, moving things forward, does anybody want to make a motion or have any final comments perhaps about the design to think of?
Madam Chair, if I may, just so that we don't waste this board's time when we come back, hopefully next month or the following month, I want to make sure that we go back to the drawing board in the correct fashion and that we address the comments that I think you have been coming up with. But I kind of feel like we're not there, and I want to make sure I have very clear path with my team as what we're moving forward with. Would this board still contemplate the circular drive in a narrower fashion, addressing the comments of that plaza, not plaza, landscaping, additional landscaping, creating more of the pedestrianism, meeting with fire, maybe being able to narrow the drive aisles and maybe pushing the building forward a little? Or is the board more inclined to where staff is, where it is the complete elimination of that middle drive aisle? And again, it's just, I don't want to waste this board's time, and I don't want to waste our time redrawing something that is only going to, we're going to have a lot of comments again, and we're not going to reach a happy end. So I just want to get the guidance from the board as to whether you're willing to contemplate that circular drive in that narrower fashion, as Mr. Hagopian has indicated, as Ms. Budakavoli, I'm sorry, I know I was going to kill that, has indicated with the narrower drives, and Ms. Meyer in the activating more of that pedestrian type of feel, or is that really not going to be contemplated, and it's going to be more of a no?
Thank you. I think that's a very good question. I think maybe should we just sort of go down the line?
That would be fantastic.
And
Thank
say,
you.
I know I personally could support, scaled down driveway.
Same.
Same. Same.
Same.
Us too, me too.
No guarantee, though.
Absolutely, no guarantees are asked.
But I would
for.
also just say that perhaps if it was a different design, Michael may not have had that comment to start. I'm just, it's like the chicken and the egg,
Yeah.
right? So.
I I will also say this for me personally, staff doesn't very frequently recommend that we continue things. So when they do, I like to take their comments very, very seriously. So that's also something to keep in mind when reviewing this.
And I just want to say that since it'll be hard to get the notes concise, I think this is recorded, and I would just listen to Jason's comment again, because I think he did a good job of sort of summing up
Yes.
maybe, definitely how I'm feeling. So I'm sorry if I didn't articulate that well, but he did, and I thank you.
I would suggest we continue this to the April 2nd meeting, which would give them a chance to submit revised plans a week after the March 5th meeting.
And if I may, and you said it's a week after March 5th
So the
is the
deadline to
submission?
submit the revised drawings for the April meeting would be, let me just give it, March 11th.
March 11th. If we wanted to try to make the March 11th
No,
hearing,
it's-
there's no,
You would
okay.
have to have everything in by this coming Monday.
Okay. And Ms. Giller, you indicated earlier that it seemed like everybody was pretty happy with the design, I think, of the building, of the actual structure. And you talked about earlier maybe bifurcating and having a vote on the design and just coming back, as Michael, I think, indicated, on the drive.
I personally feel like that there's a potential that you're going to do a lot of changes, and I would not feel comfortable bifurcating.
Okay. Thank you.
I make a motion to continue this application to the April 2024 meeting.
Give a second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes
Thank you.
6-0. Thank you.
I think, Michael, the architect, I was watching her, she was kind of worried about the deadline for the April meeting. If she cannot meet that deadline.
They can
which
ask
is-
for another
They can ask for
continuance.
it, okay.
No, we try to make it, yeah.
And I think in the meantime, before then, we can meet with the architect and see what they propose and give us our recommendations.
You know what also might be helpful, maybe? Conveying your idea. Oh, here, Barbara. Oh, Barbara.
Sorry.
You know what
Apologize.
also might be helpful in conveying your idea is to bring us a three-dimensional model. So it has all the volumes laid out and how far it is from the street. Not a requirement, but I know in the past that we've asked applicants to do that, and it really does clarify a lot about the design and the design intention. So something to think about.
Physical model.
A physical 3D model. Something to
try.
think about.
Old
you know.
fashioned.
It's been very helpful in the past.
We try. I mean, we have the model in 3D, but not physical.
Just saying to help.
We
you
can-
know,
we can try.
We want to help move this project forward.
We
So,
can try,
Thank
for
you.
sure.
Thank you. I think now, should we take a
Is
lunch
Monday?
recess?
Did you want to take a half-hour lunch?
Half an hour.
Well, only the
Yeah, we.
Or do you want to do the two applications?
No, I think a lunch recess.
Okay.
Is helpful.
We'll take half
So-
hour and come back about 10 minutes to 1.
Perfect. 10 to 1. See you then.
Please stand by for air. We're going live in 5, 4, 3, 2.
Welcome back to the February 6th meeting of the Design Review Board. We are now going to continue. We have 2 more projects left on the agenda. Michael?
Thank you. The next application is DRB 23-0959 for 140 South Hibiscus. An application has been filed requesting design review approval for the construction of a new 2-story home with an understory level, including 1 or more waivers to replace an existing 2-story home. The subject site is located on a waterfront property on Hibiscus Island. As indicated in our report, staff is generally supportive of the application. However, we do have 1 recommendation regarding a courtyard on the west elevation. Right now, that's covered by the first level of the habitable floor. We're recommending that courtyard be extended down to the understory level in order to allow more light into the understory, as well as to allow taller landscape plantings that will enhance the character of this otherwise long 2-story side elevation. With that modification, we are recommending approval of the application. And with that, I'll turn it over to the applicant for the presentation.
Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Lester Perez Pizarro. I am the architect for this project and principal of Atelier 305. First of all, I would like to mention that it's been a great honor to design this house for Mr. Lonnie Farhi, who is here with me. Okay. So, sorry. So the front. So as Michael mentioned, this house consists of a 2-story house with an understory level. The front facade of the house basically has the living areas in the main and top level facing the front yards, reconciled by a picture frame, and the main entrance is through a grand stairs centrally located in the facade. In between curved walls of the understory level. They are cladded in Ipe wood we're proposing. On the rear yard, we have the main common areas reconciled in a wide portico. This area is elevated from the seawall level approximately 7 feet. So we are transitioning from this rear covered terrace into the rear yard through a series of cascades of the jacuzzi into the main pool and into the beach pool, and also through different deckings that create a transition in circulation from the rear terrace to the rear yard. The footprint of the house is compact in shape, and we have made sure to increase the setbacks from the required. The front setback of the house is, we could have done it 30 feet, but we made it 35 feet to increase the front yard experience. And the rear yard, we have almost 52 feet, which is twice what is required on the rear yard setback. On the side, we have almost 10% increase from the side yard requirements to allow space for the surrounding proposed landscape that would enhance the experience from around and inside, and also help with the privacy of the house. That also minimizes, reduces the impact of the height of the house, considering that we are going FEMA +5 to accommodate the understory level, because the house is recessed in relation to the adjacent properties, the adjacent houses. This section illustrates the transition that I was mentioning from the front yard to the main level. and also the transition from the rear terrace to the pool and the rear yard. And this also illustrates the location of the rear terrace rear roof terrace, the roof terrace overlooking the waterfront, and also a centrally located elevator away from the view, away from the street view. In terms of material, our intention, we have four major materials, which are the perimeter frame concept, and inside we're using glass with powder-coated bronze mullions and EPE cladding in the underside of the slab and slab edge, and also at the entrance, at the main entrance, which is protected from the direct sunlight, which I think is minimally affected by the local weather, and would help in terms of the maintenance of the material. Also, we are using Ulai stone, which is local stone, for the cladding of the pavers and also the areas around the pool. In terms of landscape, we are proposing a lush combination of canopy trees and palms. We are adding 14 canopy trees in total and 10 new palms to the site. The front yard is not represented in the renders because it would block the view of the facade, but we have 3 silver tabebuya and two canopy trees that are and two sweet bay magnolias and three sabal palmeros flanking the sides of the yard that would create a buffer and at the same time a relationship between the facade and the surrounding, since we have such a transparent front facade. Also on the rear, we are proposing 4 black ironwood trees flanked that are flanking the pool area. And also we have this Royal Poinciana, jacaranda in the side, proposed for the side courtyard. This is the element in question by the staff, by the zoning staff, because we are, let me share this with you. It can be more visible three-dimensionally. We were proposing a balcony from the access of the main level that was communicated to the bottom of this yard to provide a side access to this area into the rear yard, and that's what zoning staff is proposing to kind of like clean this area to allow for a healthier growth of the tree in this side courtyard. We are open to the board suggestions, and thank you for the opportunity of presenting, and we are ready to listen to your feedback. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any members of the public wishing to speak?
There's nobody with their hand raised online?
Okay, I'm not going to close the public portion and open it up to the board for discussion. Who would like to start with their comments? Shauna, do you want to start, or Jason?
I can start with a couple. I appreciate a lot of the moves that are happening here, the way that the design opens to the front. I was looking for the landscape plan to sort of understand if there's gate or landscaping, how you're addressing the street. Just looking at the plans, one of my concerns is you know, I think we're always trying to talk about the emphasis of the landscape at the front, what is that street presence, and then what is the progression to the house. And I would assume that the owners probably have 2 vehicles, and when you look at the ground floor plan, like when you're showing the 2 vehicles parked in their proposed spots, you can't actually get in the house through the elevator. So this is just a minor comment. I guess I'm jumping into the details, but but you know, does that mean then there would always be, you know, cars parked in the front yard, or that was just a comment that I came across in looking at that detail.
It's a little tight, but it's but it works. We have approximately like 10 feet here, which a regular parking stall is like 8.5 feet. So we can circulate around the car. This is primarily kind of like a, you know, service access when it's raining, but the main entrance of the house is the one on top. But yes, it was a challenge to to accommodate. Thank you.
But is the idea that someone could park straight in on each side, or only on the one side, and then you could keep going in and park tandem, I guess?
Yeah, the limitation that we had because of the zoning requirement of coming under the of 5 feet of landscape, that that limit us to. So here we can park a motorcycle. My client has a motorcycle. He loves that. So we can park here motorcycle. We can park smaller vehicles, and the cars. Here is a very comfortable space to park the car, and then here is a tighter space, but it's but you know, it fits.
And I know Shauna had asked, is there going to be a wall and a gate around the front of the property, or it's open?
No, my client's preference was to have no no gate. So the psychological barrier that we're going to have is this understory planting here that is going to create a very lush effect. We show it here in a kind of like low effect, but basically that's the idea, to through the landscape create that type of barrier.
Yeah, I like how the idea of the front yard / driveway sort of looks like a front yard. You know, you're using these big, thick coral stone chunks and the grass in between.
Yes.
It's, especially since you're going to be open to the street, which I'm a huge fan of. I think that's wonderful to stop putting up big walls and gates everywhere.
Yeah.
There's also going to be trees.
And some trees. Yeah, so I think, you know.
Exactly, there's going to be a tree.
Yeah, your renderings, yeah.
Or here.
I think it's good that you had the landscape plan in the package, because that was one of my questions as well, Shauna, was about the landscaping and how it would sort of enhance what was happening here. And you even have some ground cover interspersed in the pavers, it looks like, in the landscaping, which is kind of cool.
Exactly. Also, this paving system is not actually big slabs. There are actually smaller format paver that will create this arrangement.
Make sure to talk into the microphone. Sorry.
Oh,
Yeah.
Thank you. Yes. So it's gonna be smaller format of papers, like 1 by 2, more or less, that would create this, would configure into these sizes.
Bigger patterns,
Into
right.
bigger patterns, exactly.
Yeah, I think the materiality is nice. So something about I think the simplicity of the design in a way that appeals to me on a lot that's, you know, kind of rectilinear. The sort of the central entry, kind of that view through. It's very clear, kind of to me, what's happening. I do kind of like this tiered pool system in the back. So you have, right, if I'm correct in the section on sheet A 4.3, which is page 16 of your PDF, you have a jacuzzi up at the living room level, then you go down to a pool level, then even down further at ground, you have kind of like the beach, as we call it, like the shallow pool.
Exactly.
That's, yeah, I don't think we've ever seen that before, and it's kind of an interesting way, because we've been struggling with homes that have an understory. Where does the pool go?
Yeah.
Is it down low? Oh, now you can't get to it. Is it up high? Oh, it looks weird. So here you've done I think I really appreciate the way that height difference is mitigated, because we've approved both of the conditions I just mentioned before. One, of course, when the pool's down at grade, oh, well, wow, I'm way up here, I gotta go down these stairs, that's annoying.
Yes.
But then if it's way up high, then, oh my God, I have, from the water, I have this huge wall that I see, even if we make it into a fountain, which a lot of people do, they put tile.
And also the need for railings, that is awful. We try to avoid, by making this transition, the use of railings, combining with planters and so on.
Yeah.
So we don't have those railings blocking the view.
I think it's
you know?
I think it's very effective. The symmetry, I think I'm getting, obviously symmetry seems to be somewhat of an important element here. And I think it, those tiered decks in the back, I think it's a really nice way to lay out kind of a very orthogonal, regimented layout. I can see you've maximized obviously your lot coverage and your unit size, and so this is kind of the design that you get in a way. But believe me, I love the articulation on your side elevations as well, which is really nice. We don't always see that, so I appreciate you putting a lot of and varied shaped fenestration that I assume relates to the function inside the home, but it also, I think, for me, creates kind of an interesting side elevation where many times we just see a lot of white blank walls. So
can I add one comment on that? Is also I was just cross-referencing the landscape plan with those pockets, and I think the intention is to plant trees and low shrubs. So I think whenever we do see those step backs per the code is asking for, but to also either change the material or to plant it so it feels like either a space.
Excuse me, what kind of stone are you using for the pavers in the front?
Would be a Ulai stone, which is kind of like a coral stone. It's a native local stone, from the area to anchor the house to the context,
I mean, you even made I appreciate that you made your home theater, but you're gonna, I guess, put curtains around all the glass.
Yes,
but
yes.
I'm glad.
When it's been in
a lot
use.
of times you see these rooms, it's all solid walls, and
Exactly.
it would, I guess, it would sort of mess with the exterior kind of symmetry you have. So I appreciate that you continue to use glass, but find other ways to kind of make it a dark room for the the one time a day that you might use it, need it to be dark.
Yeah. Also, sometimes we don't know. Sometimes it starts media theater and stuff as a gym. So
Sure. No,
so,
it's
we
all
have to
about being
create something
flexible.
that
I
is,
get it.
flexible. So
Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you, yeah. Scott, do you have any comments, or Myra? No?
Does the homeowner have anything he wants to say? Just curious. It's okay, you don't have to. It's okay.
No, I would say too, I agree with Jason. The pool was definitely something that I noticed. It does have this like sort of luxury fantasy feel to it that was really nice. I sort of feel like you could have pushed it a little bit more with the design. It's just very, I would love to have seen some sort of rhythm or motion or something. It feels very, very static. But you were going for a reduction in form, and that's certainly what you've given us. I do also very much appreciate the sides, that those were clearly designed and thought about. They were not overlooked, which sometimes they do. And I think Oolite is lovely. There was something else I was gonna say. I, definitely keep with the landscape being lush, because I do think that, your lines here are very severe, and, it definitely needs something to balance out the severity. Not just the lines are severe, the glass, there's nothing soft about this, and it would be really nice to have a maybe softer element to it, especially considering you are maximizing, you're using every inch that you possibly can to create a structure. And so, making sure that it is nicely landscaped, really will add to the luxury feel, and certainly, that Miami fantasy that you're clearly trying to create here.
One element that I forgot to mention is a detail that we carry through the house to create this balance between these strong lines and the fragility beyond, is that we break the corners by making this wraparound glass. So the corners that when you see through in perspective, they kind of like fade beyond. And also we articulate the space inside between, like, for example, this area is a double height living room versus a single story and then a balcony. So we kind of like create this inside out and outside in experiential view of something that breaks the monotony, you know. I wanted to add that, sorry.
Well, certainly the frame sort of, frames the transparency of the building and gives it a presence. I mean, if it were me, I would explore even maybe putting, and I don't know if anybody agrees with this, like a planter along the top balcony there. Again, I think that would just be a nice detail, but not a requirement. I also support staff's recommendation to open up that side all the way to the ground level. Yes.
Are you okay with that recommendation?
Let me consult with my.
Michael, while we wait,
So
is there a
basically
side
we'll do
variance
the
required
side access
on
and
the
the corridor
60-foot front?
No, they
No.
comply. It's just a matter of, we're asking them to bring the landscaping down. They're not using it. It's basically a back of the kitchen area, and it's not really accessible, so.
Yeah, I'm just
And
looking.
it would benefit the understory to put the landscaping and the area down at the understory level.
I'm just looking at this boundary survey, and it shows the sides at 6.6 instead of 7.5. I
It
don't know.
should be at,
Yeah, I think that feedback was a very positive comment from staff, because we realized after analyzing that staff recommendation that the main stairs is right next to it, so we can always use the main staircase to go downstairs.
I think we're talking about the opposite side, but there's no stair.
Hold on. Let me bring the main floor plan.
Yeah, if you go to A 2.2.
Yes. I have it right here.
Let me look and see if it's.
So you're talking about the west elevation, this area?
No, the green.
Oh,
if
this
that
area,
could
this
be at
this
the
corridor?
ground.
Okay, that's fine.
Does that impact the parking though below?
No.
No, it opens the space underneath. The reason why
Oh, you do have the parking below.
Yeah.
we did the elevated planter there, so we can plant some bamboos that would create this kind of like a privacy buffer. But we are open for staff recommendation and the
it's
board
right next-
recommendation on this.
It's right
I
next
see
to
that.
the
I mean-
elevator, so I think the parking spots
No,
still work.
It still works
Yeah.
because it's above the part that's next to the elevator, which
Yeah,
is
it's
not
right next to the
really
elevator. Yeah.
technically what he was using as parking, I don't
Right,
think.
right.
It does block off access to the rest.
Well, that's true, but it didn't sound like they
Doing
were
anything
thinking
with
of
it.
driving a car all the way back there. I don't know. It
Yeah.
looks like it's different pavers too. It's like it's tile and I don't know.
It's not driveway.
I think the side pavers might just need to thicken, like where it says covered landscape or something, so there's a different path if you're carrying stuff back to the storage. So like you're sort of just putting the green
And you
next to
can
the
plant higher.
elevator and then allowing
You
the
can
other
reach higher.
sidewalk to.
Yeah, I think you could expand, I think it could have a combination of some landscaping in there, but still allow the drive-through. So we're not gonna, it's not gonna prevent you from having the tandem parking spaces, but maybe something against the wall where the elevator is.
Got it.
And that would just be
It'll
open.
bring
to the
light down there more.
Yeah. I mean, what we thought about in terms of this planter, because it's not actually not much like a functional element of the house. It's more what we thought about it was to gain like 1 story in height, kind of, to be able to plant bamboo that would reach higher, up to the, since we have the elevator right next to this, and so we could reach higher to kind of like create this accent on the side of the facade, because it would have more exposure to natural light because the planting area is more elevated, but definitely we welcome to.
Maybe it's a combination of maybe that that planter at that elevation does not extend all the way out to the exterior wall of the building. Maybe there's a slight recess and then the planter, so you still can get some
Yeah, we
light
can recess
in.
the 5 feet that we have underneath, so we have planting and planting.
Yeah, I think
could be
that,
cool.
something like that could work.
Yes, yes. So we gain both, that would be very. So we have just to.
I'm sorry. Where do you put your mechanical equipment and pool motors and all of that on this?
Oh yeah, the pool equipment is right here. Is on the it has to be at the level of the main house minimum. So it's in an overhang on the side of the house. That's why we also increased by almost 10% the side setback, so we have more space here. 5 feet 2, which is 5 feet is the minimum space for setback from mechanical equipment, and all the condensing units are in the rooftop.
And the pool equipment?
The pool equipment is right here. It's
Also on the first habitable floor?
In the first habitable floor, exactly.
Okay, I can make a motion. I move to approve DRB 23-0959 with the that you work with staff on the east courtyard to reduce the size of the landscape planter. Period.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Congratulations, that motion passes 6-0.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, and the last application on the agenda is DRB 23-0973 for 3100 North Bay Road. An application has been filed requesting design review approval for the construction of a new two-story home with an understory level, including one more waivers, to replace an existing two-story home. Now, I'm sure you've all seen this property, this house. I think it was constructed over 20 years ago, and no one's ever lived in it. It was abandoned for some time. I think there were plans for renovation. They did some work on it, but I don't think that it's ever been inhabited by anybody, but it's been an eyesore from the water for decades now. So this applicant is proposing a new two-story home with an understory level to replace everything on the site. They are requesting 2 waivers of the two-story site elevation length requirements. Based upon the design proposed, staff is supportive of the waivers and is recommending approval as proposed. Then I'll turn it over to the applicant's architect for the presentation.
We good?
Yep, go ahead.
Okay. Good afternoon. I'm Corey Lafferty. I'm the architect on this project with Eric Vallier. He's principal of Vallier Partners, town planners, architect, interior designers. Also with Vincent Vincenzi, our landscape architect. The project is at 3100 North Bay Road. And you see the screen up front, correct? Okay. Okay. This property is a large lot located at 3100 North Bay Road, fronting on the bay, facing towards northwest. Next one. Directly across from this property, across the bay, is Mount Sinai Hospital, and west is Miami Edgewater District. This portion of the road is zoned for RS2 size lots. Lots are about, this lot is 20,710 square feet. Our design is compliant with both unit size, lot coverage for a lot this size. Next. The neighborhood is a mix of 1 and 2 story contemporary, modern, and Mediterranean revival homes. Very unique, diverse, eclectic mix with 1 and 2 story homes, sloped, flat roofs, gables. Next slide. What you're seeing here is the current property. As Michael had pointed out, this property's been sitting for about 20 years, started construction, and pretty much it's been pretty derelict for the past 20 years. Nothing really has happened with it. So this is what you see from the front. Next slide. That's the rear view looking out to Mount Sinai and towards Miami. This is the street view. And I'm just going to show you some of the contextual neighborhood. Next slide. Yep, so here is some of the other properties that are along the bay side as well. A lot of these properties have very high hedges, large fences, so you really don't see into that side of their properties, kind of hidden. And I'm going to go through these quickly. This is other examples of the properties there with the tall gates and high hedges. Okay, across the street is it's not so much, not as much landscape, lower fencing, a little bit more open. And we'll just flip through those quickly. Okay, so that's pretty much the example of the across the street. Okay. Many of the homes in this block are more of a modern design, and when we approached the design for this home, we wanted to also continue that trend, but with more sculptural elements, such as a forced perspective, which is what you see here, where we take the top and bottom of the design and kind of force it into each other, so it has like sort of a trapezoid shape. What you see here, in this view, you can see a raised first floor level over an understory. This is an understory design house. The second floor is more of a private area with large balconies to enjoy the outside. In the forced perspective, we're putting in a bamboo veneers that kind of help bring in the design with slope walls and ceilings. And the roof is sloped for optimal angles for solar panels, which we're putting on top of this. Next. This is another view of the rear of the home with the water of the home and water approach. This is facing Julia Tuttle Causeway, Mount Sinai again, showing the intent of the natural look of the bamboo veneer, abutting the smooth white stucco sides, also showing the screened south seawall roof area surrounded by landscaping. Next. The front of the home, we carried that perspective, a forced perspective design from the rear to the front. Here, the one-story bamboo veneer is the guest suites, which sits over top the understory, and vehicle entry. The front facade of the guest suites are floor-to-ceiling glass, bamboo screens with a water element in front. When you approach in a vehicle to the understory entry, the intent is the waterfall shuts off, allows the vehicle to transverse to go underneath the understory. The entry to the home at the front door is a grand stair with a travertine facade to the entrance that are also sloped to the opening. Landscaping serves as an important role to frame the home design from natural material and cladding. When you pass through the entrance, there's a travertine walkway over a water canal that leads to the entrance in the main living space. To the left is the landscape side yard that you can see out to, when you look over the rail, glass rail. To the right is an interior courtyard. It's a garden space, and that's one of the main features of this design is we have an interior courtyard that all parts are looking into. This is another view of looking into the interior courtyard. The north end, you can see we have a bamboo screening that's going to allow light and air to come through. And the idea is that they have this courtyard where it's open and breeze and beautiful landscape. Here's another view of the courtyard from the guest suites, looking onto the two-story portion of the home. The intent is to have a clear view as you're looking out from the courtyard through the main living space and into the bay beyond. To the left, you see we have a second-story bedroom bridge, which goes over the main entrance as you walk in. It'll be clear on the next slide. This is the view of the garden courtyard looking from the stairs. What you see to the left is that palm tree. It may be a different tree, but right now we have a royal palm coming up. And that's a circular stair that's coming from the underside, the understory parking to this garden courtyard. And you also see the second-story bridge, which is used for guest suites and an office space. Okay. This is a view looking from the main house, living space, back out towards the guest suite across that garden courtyard. We have, kind of can see it here, it's a sort of like a canal that goes around in a sunken pit. That sunken pit living space is communal space that you can gather, and that is actually open air space as well. Okay, this is just want to say we are compliant with all the lot coverage, unit size, setbacks, height regulations, and we are asking for a design waiver for zoning code 7223B2A, which is the length of the side elevations, and which I'll go into further in the presentation. Okay, let's look at the floor plans. The siding in the home, we placed a two-story portion of the residence toward the bay with a one-story guest suite towards the road, bookending the interior garden courtyard. Starting with the understory, the vehicular access for the elevator home is towards the northeast, with designated parking near the west end. There's a circular open stair that extends from the garden courtyard above to the which is near the north center of the understory. The understory foyer and main entrance for the main home is below the south center. The front garden stair, front grand stair entrance to the southeast corner. All the pavers in the understory that go from the understory out to the driveway, they're all pervious pavers as well, as required by code. The first level is the main living space of the home. It's at 18 NGVD, which is base flood elevation plus 10. This gives a clear height needed for our vehicles in the understory raised for future crown of road elevation, plus our floor structure. Guests can enter the grand stair and cross covered walkway to the main house from the east. Entry from the understory can be from the circular stair to the garden courtyard or the elevated stairs to the main house. The guest suites are at the one-story portion of the home in the east. The living, dining, and bar area and kitchens are in the two-story portion to the west with views to the bay, access to infinity pool, and open screen sunken living room space and open screen sunken living room space, garden courtyard, and water canal is at the center. The second floor is a double height over the living space with floor-to-ceiling windows both ends to allow views from the interior garden courtyard to the bay. This floor is primarily sleeping areas with one office, the master suite to the north, VIP suite to the south facing the bay. Other guest suites and master bedroom have garden courtyard views. The main roof area is sloped to the south, allow best angles for solar panel sun exposure. Okay. The lot coverage, we are compliant for the first and second floor overlay. These are just lot coverage diagrams. This is a composite of that. We are just below the 30% required for the lot coverage. Unit size for the understory. This is the understory unit size. Go to the next. first floor, unit size, and then the final one is the second floor. Unit size, we're all compliant in the size requirements under 50%. The front, rear yards, open spaces are both compliant for pervious areas. Okay. These axonometrics give a good volumetric view of the home. In this view, you can see the second floor bridge over the entry walkway. This south facade is where we're requesting the waiver, a design waiver, for the code section 7223B2A, which stipulates side elevations are not to be longer than 50% lot depth or 60 feet, without incorporating additional open space. This code was intended so not to create a long expanse of uninterrupted two-story volume on the side setback. On our design, the main story portion of the home is 60 feet, but we create a cutout from our main home for our main stairs, have views out to the bay, and we broke up the volume by lifting the second floor guest suites to give openness to the interior courtyard. In this view, you can see the cutout of the main two-story building that creates space for the main stair to have views to the bay while helping to break up the facade on the south elevation. The forced perspective of the west elevation facing the bay is clear in this view here. I just want to note, I heard your last conversation about the pools on an understory building, and you can see in this view here, we were thinking about for our pool coming off that raised first level is to have sort of a kind of a sloped or gentle slope down, stepping down where you can sit back sort of like a spa and relax on it before you get to the ground, the lower level pool, and jacuzzis up and off of the first level. In this view, we're asking for the same design waiver for the north elevation, which the two-story length is greater than 60 feet. We broke this elevation facade up with different materials that offset from each other, which also correspond to separate functions within the interior space of the home. This view shows the entire understory through the waterfall feature and how the interior garden courtyard connects all the spaces together. And then one of the big ideas we had here is we wanted to have sort of a communal look onto that courtyard space. We're going to be beautifully landscaped. Some of the material palettes using warm and natural materials, travertine stone for main entry, bamboo composite for first floor guest suites and rear elevation perspective walls and ceilings, and smooth stucco walls and porcelain tiles for cladding to accentuate features. These are our elevation drawings, and they're showing all of our required setbacks, building heights. The elevation on the right shows the fence in front. With that fence, we do intend, especially around the drive entry, to have them spaced out a little bit larger so there's a better viewing corridors. The fence design mimics the neighboring fence, but we are going to make the slats a little bit bigger so you can see out them better. The west elevation showing the required setbacks and building heights. North elevation setbacks, building heights. South elevation setbacks, building heights. We're all within the required setback and heights. And finally, we're showing the yard setbacks as well. Our pools, everything set back and to the proper height. And that concludes the architecture portion of the design.
Are any other members from your group going to speak?
Do you have any slides up there for the landscape? I gotta go to your slides. Okay.
I'm going to go to his slides again, landscape architect.
Yeah, hello, yes, my name is Vincent Filigenzi, landscape architect, offices on 9822 Northeast 2nd Avenue in Miami Shores. Okay, so, let me see that slide. Do you have an overall?
Still knows she's got all the slides.
Okay, well, what we've done is we've gone above and beyond on our requirements for the lot trees. As you can see from the photo, we have a front yard specimen canopy tree, which we're proposing to be a gumbo limbo to go with the darker wood tones of the facade that was used. That'll be the front canopy specimen. Going down this, well, across the front, we have a series of specimen palms that are being proposed. And really the idea is to keep it low, open, and really emphasize the facade while creating a welcoming experience. Maybe the next slide will have some more information. Yeah, on the side yard here, you can see to the left, we kept that open space. Really, it's going to be a landscape backdrop, and that'll create that open airness. On the right side, we have this lushly planted courtyard, again, incorporating the combination of natives and exotics to meet our compliance. And then just as Corey, the architect, explained, this is an open courtyard, just creating this kind of just a garden feel in here. The proposal right now incorporates a palm tree coming up through that stairwell, and that's what we're working with now. What other slide do we have? Yeah, just maybe to the back. Yeah, again, the seating area, just lushly planting this courtyard. Do we have another in the backyard? Okay, well, and in the backyard we have, I think we do have one. Just, yeah, keep clicking, maybe go backwards. At the beginning of it, it's all right. Yeah, okay. So here, you could see in the back right on the south side of the facade, on the right of the rendering, there is also a specimen tree. It's a shade tree. It's going to be a specimen. Right now we're exploring the rainbow eucalyptus or some other specimen tree for that big grand window to insulate the solar gain from the south side. We're really taking into account all of the sun angles and the exposure, and we've lushly planted that south side to compensate for the solar gain as well as buffering the house from views. So really that concludes the landscape portion.
Thank you very much. Concludes your presentation. Completely?
Yes, that's the end of our presentation. I'm Eric Valle.
Thank you very much. Are there any members of the public wishing to speak? Anybody online?
There's nobody online with their hand raised?
Okay, I'm closing the public portion and opening it up to the board to discuss. Who would like to start? Shauna?
I have a question, a clarification. So on the side, I understand you explained how you feel like you're providing the relief. Is it just on one side, or was it both sides?
It's the south side as well as the north side. Can you hear me? And as well as the north side.
So it is both sides.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
But I mean, I'm incredibly excited to see this. I think it's very cool. Reminds me of The Incredibles. So an evil lair.
I like The Incredibles.
But I do. I mean, I think there's a lot of thought that went into this, and I think somehow you've done a lot without making it feel overdone. Well, I mean, that's in relative context. I think if we took this and to another city, it would feel well overdone. But it feels good here. And I really enjoy sort of the playful moves in terms of the false front and then the experience and the procession through the space and the different types of spaces that you offer. And I think that's really what we're asking for, is a variety of spaces and for you to be thoughtful about the way that you're curating those spaces. So I appreciate that. Again, I enjoy the front approach, the rear approach. On the long setback, I totally buy you achieving it through the design with sort of the exterior link, at the front door. On the north facade, I don't know why you couldn't, just where that wood screen is at the sort of exterior, garden courtyard, why that wall couldn't be pushed in a few feet, as a compromise. Like, it goes straight right now, but if it could be pushed back 4 feet or 6 feet, I don't know. That's just a thought, but I'm open to discussion.
I 100% agree with everything Shauna said. Except the Incredibles part, because I just don't know that movie. Yeah,
What?
sorry,
Okay,
I know.
that's
I
your
know, I
homework.
know. I have flaws. Yeah, I mean, I think specifically, Shauna had made sort of an inference that like it's pared down, but like it's not pared down. And I think, yes, I mean, this is kind of, but specifically even in Miami Beach, the location where you have this home, it's, you know, this location suits this home. When you look at that facade, which we all see
As
from
you
the
go over
causeway,
yeah.
right? You know, this sort of like this, and unfortunately, it's been this horrible thing. I guess you're tearing that whole thing down.
Yes, it's coming down.
Okay, there's no reuse. You know, this kind of, I could see this being one of the gems on the necklace there. You also have like this giant mega yacht that covers like 1.5 homes. So
Well, that yacht's covering part of this house,
yeah,
too.
so yeah, you better talk to your neighbor about that one. It's a pretty, it's a complicated, it's funny, Sarah was saying sort of the opposite of our previous application in a way. This has much more complexity to it. So a couple of things I really appreciate how thorough your package was, and thank you for articulating it in your presentation. It's really, really helpful when a home like this, which is over 10,000 square feet, which is gigantic by every stretch of an imagination, even for Miami Beach. I was thinking like a physical model would be perfect for this because it would really help understand, because you really have to dig into the plans, particularly even some of your 2D elevations, which are really nice. You can really see the forced perspective in your flat elevations, which is really funny because in your renderings, of course, at angles, you're kind of counteracting the angle of what's. So I kind of see the structural gymnastics. I have a note that you had to do to kind of get your whole understory up with hardly, I don't know if this is all worked out, but hardly any columns underneath in your understory.
There are more columns.
Okay, so there's a few more, but. And I agree with Shauna, the varying experiences that we have. I love these sort of like ground level, or I'll call it ground level, but it's your elevated courtyard. Like your ground level suites, like your guest suites, or maybe your teenage kids' suites up there, and then the other rooms up above the entry, this kind of false entry, like you go up this big funnel, then you open this door, and then you're on this bridge level going across this water. Your waterproofing consultant is going to earn every single penny of his fee here because you have water
everywhere.
Good luck and elevated plantings, and I mean, the board needs to understand how complex it is to even put all this landscaping and everything up off the ground, which is essentially one giant planter that you're building, which is like 50 feet by 75 feet. So it's super complicated. But I think the results that you can get are well worth it. So I think this internalized courtyard is really cool. Then you kind of go through and you experience the backyard and the stepped pools in the back. I love the way you're kind of where I see fenestration, like in the stairwell. It just seems really obvious why it's there. You know, you want to have the view. I think it kind of, on the outside, I think it does a couple of weird things, the way some of these interior elements affect the exterior. Do I think it could be a little bit more refined? You know, maybe particularly the issue on the elevation that's the one with the bridge I'm okay with. That's the south elevation, I guess, but the north elevation where you're much closer to the property line, I think for me that would need a little bit more work. But overall, there's a lot of things here that are intriguing to me, and I think I really appreciate hearing the detail from your thought process, because it helps to make sense of like why certain things are happening. We only have a short period of time to look at all these plans. We do get them in advance and we can review them, but you have to understand not everybody on the board is an architect or a designer or an urban planner. So the renderings and all the parts and pieces, it's really nice because you can start to understand the complexity of the project hopefully in a simpler way, because there's a lot going on here. But I think the spaces you've created are really beautiful. I think these integrated rooms over the bridge with the planter and the balcony, it's really pretty. I think if the owner is here, I think they're going to really enjoy living in this home.
You think a family's going to live here? I think it's a party house.
Oh.
And you're welcome.
I'm coming.
I like to think it's a family that really likes The Incredibles, okay?
Okay. I'll buy that.
I think that Shauna and Jason should be on your PR team because they really. Zenit, do you have a comment? Scott, you gonna?
No, I just.
I assure you that everybody on this board agrees that no matter what you would have come in with, it's better than what was there before or what is there. That would have been a unanimous vote on this side. But it is a beautiful design, a beautiful home, and it certainly will be enjoyed by whoever lives there. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I just love what you did with the angles and the elevations, especially coming up the causeway, kind of turned it away from the causeway a bit. So smart. I mean, I think you did a great job.
Thank you.
One of the things that I really appreciate is the reduced palette because you have so many interesting shapes and forms that it was really a very good call. So thank you for that. And I agree with my colleagues and that I think that this is a really spectacular, certainly, I love what Shauna was saying about how you have these different moments in the progression and very well thought out, well done. I just have a few concerns. I should say too, I agree with Shauna's comment, and especially because it is part of the code, the side elevations, that I think certainly on, I guess it's the north elevation, it would be very easy to recess that screen a little bit or even lower it or eliminate it entirely. And I do believe, I do think that the sides of the home are very, very well thought out, which again, sometimes gets overlooked, so kudos to you on that. I do think on the south elevation, because it seems like you have that open walkway, you are meeting the intent of the code. So I'm okay with that, but it's definitely something that on the other side, I would need to take a look at. My only concern about this design, and we've seen things like this before, this is sort of a general across the board, is that I'm concerned that with the front facade, that because of all of the vertical screening elements and because of this, very large swath of stonework in the front, that from the front, the building just reads as, I don't know, a 30-foot tall fence. It's not very open, it's not very welcoming. I realize that it is, I'm very struck because we just had this very long conversation about a structure and its relationship to the community. And I realize that the intent of this building is to do something very, very different. But it does seem, it's very unfriendly. It just, for me, it reads as a gigantic fence, which is never a good look for a residential neighborhood. It would be one thing if this was in the middle of nowhere, but the buildings are all very close. And I think it's because, again, like this has come before us before. There's actually a building on one of the Sunset Islands, which is very close to this, that there is this very similar structure at the front of the property where, it's a wood frame, and then you have the slats, and it just reads as a giant fence.
And you're talking about the guest suite.
Yeah, the guest suite, the exterior of the guest suite. And then, partnered with, you have, I like the custom fence that you designed, along the ground. It's very, very nice. But it's similar, but it's different. It's lovely. But combine, that, and then it seems like you have more of the, along the side of the entrance to the parking garage. It also looks like there's more of these, vertical wooden elements, and then right above it, it's vertical wooden elements. And again, you have this huge frame of stone next to the door. All of those elements combine to give it this effect. Maybe in and of themselves, they wouldn't be, have the same, but all together they do. And so this is something that I'm always very sensitive to, and something that I definitely think needs to be looked at and refined. And I don't know if it's looking at the scale or opening it up so that it's not all, verticals, varying the material, something along those lines. I don't know what anybody else on the board has to say. But I've seen this done wrong, and it's not a pleasant addition to the community.
What? Forgive me if you saw me laughing right now, because he can't hear on this side, and I'm talking to him, so I have to go to the other side. Forgive me. But
did you want to know specific?
Yeah,
I should have said that,
no.
right? A good example is in the presentation, page 18. It's the front facade. I'm sorry, I should have even.
No,
I got into my
I mean,
thought.
and I'm talking to our client, and he says if we need to, we can reconsider how we would treat that. The way we're treating right now, the front facade of the guest rooms, we'll explore other options, definitely.
Yeah,
that's not an
do you
issue.
want to, can you bring up 18?
I have it on the screen.
Yeah,
that one.
this. This, to me, like I said, it just seems very, and also there's not a lot of landscaping, which I understand, and I understand why that gesture was. I would want to show off, you know, a spectacular home like this too, but it just, the total effect.
Right, and for the presentation purposes, we actually pared down the landscaping so you could see the structure. Maybe we should have added a final landscaping view from the street to show the landscape elevation, because it is a lot more dense, and then we do buffer the windows above, so, and we framed the beveled entry for the main stairs. So that was kind of that open element between, and then to the right, it became a bit more lush. So maybe that slide would help you.
Yeah. Do you know the one? I mean,
No, we-
even so, right. It's
We didn't
not
prepare
here.
because
You
we wanted
didn't
to show the
prepare.
facade.
Right.
It was more to speak about the building, but we can bring that back.
Do you know how far set back is this from the street?
20 feet.
It's when it starts.
This goes back 20 feet, but the guest room actually angles back even further.
13 feet to the furthest part.
Yeah, I feel like you're close. You know, it just needs a little bit of, because also, it's also that large expanse of stonework above the front door, which is just, you know, it feels like it's going to fall on top of somebody.
Would you be
Well,
amenable to this coming back, going, for them to work on this with Michael, or coming back? Because if they put in the landscaping and the fact of the water feature going into the understory, and this house is seated at a curve on North Bay, and pie-shaped type lot. So I think those things would diffuse what you're talking about, especially the landscaping and the water feature that will catch other, you know, the eye.
You're saying don't change it, just keep the landscape?
No, just have them, you know, work with staff on this and see how they feel about it. And if staff feels that it needs to come back, fine. But I think that with the water feature, the fact that when you walk through this or drive through this neighborhood, you're at a point where the North Bay takes a curve. And so it's not as visible as we would want it to be.
I have a question.
also.
But honestly,
So
what
I would
happens,
just-
if I may, what happens at that entrance where we have the waterfall, we're actually keeping the visibility triangle that's required, so there really won't be any landscaping that's hiding that right now.
no.
The landscaping that Vince was referring to is on the edges of it to give
Yeah.
it more lush. I mean, to us, a conditional use, a request to actually work, do something on the front is fine, but we would hope that we can just be conditioned to that, we'll use it and to move forward.
To understand, Sarah, I think what you would like to be studying is how they treat the sort of glass at the guest room suites instead of the either changing less louvers or studying the heights of the louvers, but maybe so that there's more opacity. So like I get privacy, but maybe that can be accomplished with interior curtains or something, so from the road it feels more accessible.
More transparent,
Yeah.
something, yes.
We agree to that, we'll do that.
Yeah,
but-
and I think, tell us a little bit about this front door feature, because as I'm looking at this, how you have things arranged, I don't even know who's going to use the front door, because it seems like everybody that's going to go to the house is going to go under, through the waterfall and park underneath.
The front door, it's actually like a sliding door, so you walk up to it, it'll slide over to the right, and it's supposed to help have that kind of grand. This might be a place where, you entertain guests, and when you entertain your guests, you want them to come up that staircase, and it has that kind of wow factor. So you walk up to that staircase, the door slides open, then you have this amazing, stone walkway over the waterway, and to the left and to the right, it's open to this amazing, garden courtyard, which you can walk onto if you want to right from there, or go right to the guest suites from there, or you continue on into the house. And so it's an experience as you walk through it. So even the front entrance there, it's kind of hard to see in this rendering. You're right, the 3D model would, I think, blow you away, which we've been talking about doing. But that front entrance, you might not read in this rendering, is they are kind of sloped into the side. So again, with the idea of the forced perspective, it's kind of bringing you into that entry. So you're coming out tall, you're bringing you down. So you do have the guests over.
And
it's an experience.
Oh, it's that tall because there's bedrooms above it. Yeah.
Correct.
Well, that's
We
what it
have a
was.
laundry
It's,
room
you
there,
know,
too.
it's like a
Actually-
3-story tall.
No, it's 2 stories, and right above it is actually a laundry
That's
room.
the laundry.
That's a laundry room right above in that area.
Right, that's
But
what I'm
that
saying. I
part
mean, it's
sets
this
back
sheer
up.
wall of stone.
Yeah, at an angle, correct,
Yeah, it's
to
saying choose
emphasize,
on angle,
correct.
I think her comment has to do with perhaps a little bit of the scale of it. It's funny with these understory homes, they all have the same challenge, right? How do we want to get up to the first floor, which is traditionally was the main floor down low. So we see a lot of different ways to address it. Some homes, architects, homeowners, we don't really see a front entrance and a big front stair. It's maybe it comes from underneath or it's on the side. So every so often we have seen, I don't know, maybe a year and a half ago, there was another home that had a giant front entrance. It was a much bigger lot than this, I think, even, but this idea of sort of this monumental entry. You know, I understand what Sarah's saying, like, who really, like, ding dong, Amazon is here. No, like, Amazon's not gonna get anywhere on the property, so.
Everyone's going to want to go through the waterfall.
Yeah.
It suddenly stops.
But
you know?
I do get, you know, there is something to say about an entry to a home, you know, I mean, there's obviously historical significance, there's kind of like, this to me has kind of a, I don't know, there's sort of like this Egyptian or sort of very
It
kind
makes me
of
feel like a mosque.
temple.
Yeah, temple.
Esque feel to it, and the way you've
Sculptural
truncated the stone to go in, this sort of like this entry to this, you know, again, if we're gonna like quote movies, I don't know, Indiana Jones or something going on. But I mean, I think a lot about what this design is there's quite a bit of drama in a way happening, and perhaps I think some of her comments were like, well, does the facade, there's a lot here. Like, can we just get rid of the slots in front of the glass? Can we kind of free it up a little bit so that, there's no doubt this is a 8 feet, 28 feet, 30 foot high entry thing, you know, and the stair goes up 9 feet, 8 feet, right? So it's a big element. You know, it's a big
Yeah.
lot. The homes around there are really big. Everything is kind of scaled up around here. Maybe it's just a little bit of refinement there, I think, to kind of create a little bit more, I don't know, a little bit more controlled drama, not just so much like, here's this big thing, and then here's this giant thing, and the stairs fan out, like everything. I mean, I get your forced perspective thing. It's very, very cool, but it's happening, I guess, a lot there at
Yeah,
the front.
I can't help but wonder too if having a model would have been a little bit more effective, because as I'm like, let me ask you another question too. I think it was this project that I read that your first floor, that the understory is 15 feet. Was that correct? Is that usually what we do?
Well, what we're trying to do is our understory, we're raising it up for the future Crown of Road, so that's up higher than maybe some other understories. The first level is at 15 feet. We got to, with
That's
the
15
structure.
feet NGVD, right?
NGVD,
Not
NGVD.
15 feet above that understory level, right?
Yeah, right, NGVD, 15 feet. So we do need to have structure for the landscape elements and the water elements in there that's going to be kind of deep, so.
If I may, you're really talking about a 10-foot, if you were in there.
Yeah,
Take
Which is
the
typical.
elevation and everything, you really, our height of the garage area there, the understory, excuse me, is only 10 feet high.
Sarah, if I can comment on those slats at the front, looking at the floor plan, I think it's sort of deceptive with the angle, because the floor plan, these are spaced about a foot apart, but because of the angle that rendering is taken from, you're looking more at the wide angle of those slats.
That's true.
So
yeah.
I think if you were to look at this head-on, you're gonna have a 1 foot spacing in between each of those slats, which is pretty open. I think it's just because of the angle, you're seeing these all together that makes it look
Perception.
more obscure.
Yeah, because that front part of it actually goes in, so it's not flat.
Yeah, if you had
It
a
turns in.
rendering looking directly on at that, I don't
Yes.
think you would have that impression of it being solid.
Yeah, so correct. So the spacing would be exactly 1 foot separation between each one of those slots. It's all about the perspective. We
Right.
could have generated it.
But
like you said.
because of the perspective, and you do look, the way you've angled the facade, and if you were looking straight at the facade, and these are a foot apart, and they're probably like 8 inches deep or something, it's gonna look very solid. I mean, I think, for me, I think they just shouldn't be there at all, but I don't wanna tell you how to do the design, but I feel like that element, viewed at most angles, is gonna look very solid unless you're looking straight on, which is like this angle. You kind of see it in your sheet A 3.4, page 39, where it looks like, oh, it's just like glass, but like no one's ever gonna be, just for that one moment in time, you're gonna see it as glass. As soon as you pivot and walk 20 more feet down the sidewalk, it will appear very solid. I mean, we've seen lots of homes like this.
We have no problem as a condition to just eliminate it entirely, and we'll just deal with curtains inside to give them privacy.
I think, to me, it makes a huge difference. It would make a huge difference, I think, actually.
We'll accept it as a condition.
Yeah, I think that would actually solve a lot of problems. I like the idea of a curtain, because you do sort of see it, from the street and everything. I also, again, we've seen designs like this before, and I also wonder how comfortable it is for the person who's in the room to be looking out. I mean, I know it also faces onto this beautiful inner courtyard, but it strikes me as, does it feel almost jail-like? So I think you'd be doing, the people who are going to be in those rooms, I think that would,
Completely
and certainly
acceptable.
and then I can't help but think that maybe this huge expanse of stone above the front door, it would, the glass, the transparent glass would sort of, offset that, the heaviness of that stone.
We explored that option quite a bit, and honestly, this was the condition that's going to be that wow factor.
Yeah.
That thing, because like I said, we haven't actually. The laundry room is up there, so we actually, and we didn't feel we need windows there on the sides. That's fine, but it creates that kind of wow factor that we wanted to do. And keep in mind, most of the other residences in the area, you don't even see the facade of the buildings. Here we're actually trying to celebrate, and from an urbanistic perspective, which is what I do a lot of, is we wanted to really have that presence and that idea of being part of the community, not just hiding ourselves entirely.
I also think what's interesting about this project, and I think we're going to keep seeing more of it with this understory, is this idea that one of the things that really struck me is that the most green space is actually within the home as opposed to outside, and it's elevated. I have been in homes that do have these raised courtyards, and it was done wrong, and it was a mess. So I agree with whoever's comment that it's going to be very challenging. I mean, I'm deferring to the landscape architect. One of my first thoughts was, is there even enough light for grass to grow? But I'm assuming that's something that you've explored.
Yes, thank you. We've kept it open, and for that reason, the initial design was much shadier, so we removed a lot of canopy trees to allow for the light to come in. And it is a low-profile planter, and it does have deeper sections for appropriate root ball sizes. So we've made it work, and we're going to be using low water volume plants.
And if I may add to that, the south side actually has an additional 10-foot easement. There was an agreement that actually is property that's within our site, so it makes it wider than 25 feet on the side. So opposed to just being 15, it's actually 25.
On the north side, are you willing to remove the screen wall there and use it, put a landscape buffer up there or something to free up that facade?
Or even
make
lower.
it short, like.
Which you talk about?
So that's the north side where you have the other code issue with your.
Yeah, I think setting back the floor plate, I'm fine if they keep that screen because it changes material to wood
Sure.
there, so it does, but like having some relief there. I know that influences your stairs.
And it defines the courtyard space. That's very important to kind of keep.
You're gonna have to do something with it. Either move it in or short, I think that's gonna be one of the
Moving
conditions
this?
if it happens.
That's what I'm wondering is, are they asking for a
Yeah.
variance here, or what do we have to?
This is just a design waiver.
A design waiver, okay.
So you're suggesting this wall that's here, moving it in?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like 4 feet?
That wall I have no issue with. We can play with that. Definitely. A second condition we agree to, definitely. moving forward.
Can I
Please.
ask, I don't want to waste time, I think we're moving in a direction to make a motion, but I'm just super intrigued that there's no elevator, and I'm wondering if you guys just forgot to
There
draw.
is.
it.
There is.
There is an elevator.
There's a pneumatic elevator near the main stairs
It's a
in the
circle.
two-story house.
Oh, okay. I
Yeah.
kept
Like one of those
looking.
glass
I didn't-
tubes.
It's a pneumatic.
Oh, okay.
So
you
there's
guys
no-
went
there's no
over
elevator
and
bed.
above with the elevator. I got it. It's a tube.
Yeah.
Charlie and
also-
the Chocolate Factory. Sorry.
I appreciate actually that you didn't put anything on the roof, which I always feel like, you know, you have these spectacular homes that are so enormous and have these beautiful backyards, and then people put stuff on the roof that I can't imagine anybody.
Like a roof deck or something.
Yeah, and I appreciate that this is, again, I think it speaks to how well thought out all the details were and which is considering how large the property is.
Yeah, we
All
did
that.
want to angle that so the sun hits the solar panels and helps us with that.
Yeah, it's another detail. It's a little hard to tell in your plans, even in your renderings, but the whole roof, and I assume that is perceived at the interior too, maybe,
Yes.
it slopes, which is really cool. So you
It's
get
all
this
sloped in.
dynamic shape of
Even
the
the
building.
bottom and the back is sloped up, so have that force.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Have you, and did you have a chance to show this to any of the neighbors, the design?
No.
Oh.
The neighbor to the left is a fairly modern house, too, more boxy. And another thing we were thinking about, if you can see it on page 8.3.4, you'll see that kind of we grayed out the neighbor's house. Where they have their setback is it's right in line where we have our opening for our courtyard. So, you know, when you're in that courtyard and you're not looking right at your neighbor's wall, it's more of an open space that they have too.
You can see we kind of thought about our neighbors as well.
I make a motion to approve with two conditions. One, the removal of the vertical wood slats at the front facade and setting back the courtyard floor plate and screen wall 4 feet on the north elevation.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? Motion passes 6-0. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Enjoy.
Build it.
They call me the owner, but I'm the ower. You know, it's a lot of work ahead. And you're right about the waterproofing elements. You know, I think Scott, caught something that it's very difficult to catch is that this lot somewhat faces northwest. So we created that perspective. We twisted the house so you get more of that westerly view in the sunsets, which is to create. In the front of the house, it's everyone talks about the site, but I also wanted to create a sound. So the waterfall continuously falling over there is something that's unique to enter into these under stories that these houses are now starting to have. There's a water feature actually above there, so removing those slots actually allows the people inside can actually see the water features that's on top of that second floor. So we can create that same privacy with some curtains on the inside. So that's not a bad recommendation. Matter of fact, between us here, we were actually debating whether to put it there or not. It's like one of those elements that it's just some people like it, some people don't. It's just a matter of taste. So I'm fine with the recommendations. I think they improve what we have here. So I appreciate all your input.
Thank you, and
Again,
thank
I
you for
appreciate the
waiting.
opportunity to do this courtyard house in Miami Beach, because
Yeah.
it really belongs here. Thank you.
Excellent.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, should we?
Just want to thank, before we leave, just thank Jason Agopian for his many years of service on the DRB, and we're going to miss him.
Well, maybe I'll be back in another 5 years, you never know.
For a third round, right?
This is your
And
last one?
It is, you're my last project.
Ironically, you're on my first one that I did in 2012.
Really? Yeah, so that's
Yeah,
a.
it was a Lakeview lot split that I did over there for Lakeview 1 and 2. And you were on that one
Yes.
as well.
Oh.
And,
Good memory,
yeah.
better than mine.
You got a couple less gray, but.
Yeah, tell me about it. This board will do that to you.
Thank you very much.
And I think, Michael, will you be back with us at the next meeting?
Either
Or-
I'll be here or Rogelio will be here. We're going to be swapping, we're
Oh.
swapping places. I'm going
Yeah.
to go back to planning board shortly, and Rogelio's going to come and get introduced to the DRB.
We're going to beam you all back, you know. But Michael, I know that you really are moving on to the planning board, which is your what you really would like
I
to do.
did planning board for several years
Yeah.
before coming back to DRB, so
Yeah.
I'm happy to
And
go
you,
back.
you came back on a temporary basis, and the temporary is now coming to an end. So, 5 years, you know.
So it's just before
So-
COVID, correct, yes.
But thank you, because I think you've done a tremendous job from what I've seen.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Mario. With that, I think that concludes our business.
That concludes our business. Our next meeting is March 5th. Because there are only 5 of us now on the board, I just want to remind all the members to please be here and be on time so that we can get through business, especially any variances. Thank you very much.
I may be in trial, in which case that there would only be 4 of us. I may be in trial, in which case there will be only 4 of us.
If you can let us know, as long as we'll take a look and see if we have any variance
Quorum.
applications. We'll have a quorum for applications that don't require variances.
Got it.
But any ones that do require variance, then. if
Assuming,
you're
assuming 1, 2, 3, 4 people are here, but if there's any other absences,
We would have to
won't
cancel
a
the
quorum.
meeting,
Yeah,
correct.
we'll have to cancel the meeting. Okay, I'll let
You
you
can
know.
let us know.
As-
Perfect, thank you.
Is there a motion to adjourn?
I so move.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.